financing. So that is something we may want to look into going forward. How are we building resilience for our value chains and value chain actors? How are we building resilience for our ecosystem to ensure production even in the wake of growing population? So these are some of the things that we had a look at. Then we also delved into a panel discussion that looked into the opportunities of value addition and how this can be leveraged to not only address food security, but competitiveness, improve competitiveness, and also participation in regional trade. So that is a very high-level summary of the things that we covered yesterday. And to help us synthesize this, and something that also kept coming up prominently is the cost of doing business in agriculture, which has become prohibitive. So to help us synthesize this, we are going to invite Robert Miner, a senior tax manager from Ernst & Young, to help us contextualize the cost of doing business and already start looking at in what ways can ASNET take up these initiatives or use this data for advocacy and ensure that going forward, the cost of doing business significantly reduces, as a result increasing our competitiveness, creating jobs, and ultimately reducing inequalities even as we deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to request that we put our hands together even as we welcome Robert Miner to the platform.
Thank you very much for giving me this chance to speak to you this morning on one of the most important issues in the country, that's taxation, and more so focused on the sector, the agricultural sector. So we'll highlight just as we move. Maybe I just look at just the overview. We are saying that based on last year's economic survey, we are seeing the sector declined by just about 0.2%, not too bad, but considering that we have growth in other sectors, then certainly we can do more. And considering that we have this sector accounting for 22.4%, but of the GDP, but looking over the years, been a constant for quite a number of years. We have the sector, the contribution to the GDP has been going down over the years. We were at about 30%, this has come down to almost 22%. So there's a bit more that can be done to make sure that the sector does not lose its position in the economy. So yeah, that's looking at the economic survey. Then in terms of the overview of the tax regime in Kenya, we are saying as a country, we are more so what we refer to a source-based taxation system. We have a source-based taxation system in income that we generate in the country. Whether you are Kenyan, non-Kenyan, as long as you are within the country, or even when you are outside the country, as long as you are deriving that income in Kenya by offering certain services, or your involvement in, let's say, farming activities, you have professional services you are providing to farmers, or anyone within the sector, then your income is subject to tax. Other than very few cases where we have, we look at, someone who is a resident but they are deriving income from another country and they are still supposed to pay tax. Those are very few cases, but ideally we look at where you are deriving the income, and if you are deriving that from Kenya, then you must pay tax in Kenya. The rate is depending on the source of income. Then you are saying that all the income you generate, here's a thing that we had a discussion of horizon. For anyone who is thinking of growing big, part of my job actually, 80% of my job I do M&A. And I was thinking yesterday, how many companies have I supported in terms of acquiring or investing in a in an agricultural company? I have maybe 2 or 3 over the past few years. But when I look at the level of investment or the kind of M&A we have done in other sectors, like the banking sector, you've seen very many mergers, the insurance sector, the education sector. I mean, I can only talk of maybe 3 that I've seen in my M&A experience that I've been doing for almost 8 years. So it seems like we still don't have that, either the level of activity, not that high, or people are moving to other sectors and letting, living around the sector. And so it's entirely, I agree, and the formalization that was being referred to here, that for you to access financing, because I can tell you we have seen investors, private equity firms, pulling out of a deal, because we are telling them, the person you want to invest in has not complied for the past 6-7 years. You have millions or billions to pay, so the investor will, let's call it so. So those things have happened, and I've seen them happening. So formalization is not, for anyone seeking to grow, I think, is the reality. They have to pay tax, otherwise you risk losing out in terms of growth. So any income you generate from farming activities, whether it's pastoral, agricultural, construction, forestry, or anything, you must tax it. It's subject to tax and separate. We actually say separate. If you're an employee here and you have a side hustle somewhere, you have a farm, or you are doing consulting services, and you still have farming activities, those two incomes are tax separate. Meaning, if you have a profit from your let's say business, and you have a loss from your farming activities, you cannot offset the two. You must tax them separately, and you will pay tax on your consulting, and then you carry forward the loss you're deriving from farming. So it's one of those clear things that if you are doing any other activity, your farming activities are clearly differentiated for tax purposes, and you pay tax irrespective of whether your performance in other streams of income. Then in terms of payment of taxes, it's again the only sector, actually the only sector where payment of taxes, the ones we call advanced taxes in form of installment tax, we have 2 installment taxes. All the other sectors, they pay in 4 equal installments on the 4th, 6th, 9th, and 12th month. But this sector, you only pay on the 9th and the last month of the year. 75% and 25%. More so because I think at the point of drafting of the law, there was a realization that it takes time for you to derive or to get the income from your farming activities. You will have the initial cultivation, you do all the work, and probably you will only get your results after 6 or so months. That's why the law was amended to ensure that they take care of that. And they only require you to pay tax on the 9th month. It would be expected that you've gone through the entire cycle and you have the income to pay. So this is the only sector with this unique regime. So yeah, on the 9th and the 12th month, that's the only time you have got to pay installment. Anything over and above that, you pay on the 4th month of the following year of income. Then special considerations. Yeah, so the other thing is that this sector, in terms of tax incentives, I must say, again, one of the sectors with very many incentives. Obviously, at times we don't have, we have reversals by the government. They are reversing because they want to make that to collect more revenue. But in terms of incentives, there are very many of them. One big, for instance, you don't pay advance tax on tractors or trailers that are used for agricultural purposes. Any other thing, tractors for other purposes, any other vehicles, they are subject to advance tax. But specifically, this is exempt, obviously, as an incentive for farmers to make sure that they can invest in tractors and other trailers. Then farm works. Any investment that you do there, you have a farmhouse, you have cattle leaves, anything, you have a fish pond, anything that you have, all the costs that you incur is actually subject to a capital loss, meaning if you invest 100 million, you are entitled to recover the 100 million over. Now it will be 4 years, right? Because you get the 50% in year 1, then from 22 you have 25% in year 2 and another 25 in year 3. So in 3 years, you will have recovered your 100 million. So this is just to encourage people not to, to make sure that they can invest comfortably, knowing that they will recover their money. So any money you invest in a capital investment or in a capital project in your farming activities, you get the allowance. So in terms of formalizing, that's why it's not too bad, because again, you are saying the amount that you'll be getting from my investment. Then, other examples that are currently there, we are talking of pesticides. Some of them have been in on and off. You find at times when we have the finance bill, we have some deletions, some additions. But at the moment we have pesticides. The CS obviously has a lot of power. The CS is in charge of matters to do with agriculture. The one they recommend, then the every cost that you are incurring on purchasing inputs or any raw material, VAT will be exempt. Again, if you are manufacturing agricultural machinery and implements in Kenya, again with the approval of the CS in charge of industrialization, all those are exempt. Just try to encourage people to move into the country. At times we have people who are doing, if you look at the motor vehicle industry at the moment, we've seen at least a lot of assemblers coming into the country, but maybe we don't have a lot of it from the agricultural sector, or those that are focused on this sector. They just encourage people who might be involving, when you want to get into this space, you can get the VAT exemption, which guarantees that you get lower cost of your final products. Then other ones, they've looked at the entire sector. These are recent introductions about 2 or 3 years ago, looking at the fishing industry. So all those man-made textile materials, when you have the fishing nets, anything that you have the tactical supplies that are meant to take care of your, I think when you look at Western Kenya, and I think one of the companies that we had to do a diligence on for a private equity wanted to invest, they have in Western Kenya somewhere, they are doing some huge fish farming, and I guess these are some of the incentives that are meant to take care of those kind of people. So if you have anything that will be required in terms of water operations, cold storage, cages, because I think what we've seen for instance them, they are doing cages, they insert them into the lake and they do their farming there. Port construction and all those things are actually again exempt. So you don't pay any VAT. Then the other one is the service. If you have someone who is providing all these horticultural services, animal husbandry, and all different services, they are exempt from VAT. Not many other services in the country that are exempt, other than maybe in the medical profession, but otherwise it's one of those sectors where we are saying, yes, we have good things. As we look at the challenges, it's good to appreciate that the sector is well looked at by the government, and other than the few issues that we are currently having. Just looking at some of the things that came through the financial 2021 last year, we had some zero-rating of a couple of things. For instance, the government is to be encouraging people to move to other than waste flour. So if you can have cassava flour in what you are doing, then there are certain zero-rating you enjoy. So it's probably just to diversify the kind of consumption food people consume in the country. Then road tractors, semi-trailers, we have all those again, materials related to fish farming, cage storage and all that. All those are currently exempt. And then the big one I think that we had, and there was a bit of an outcry, is the introduction of the duty on imported eggs as well as onions, where we see now division in 2022. There's a bit of division on exemption. Specifically, we are saying fertilized eggs are now exempt from excise duty, because there was an outcry that yes, you introduce excise duty, but then there are these needs for fertilized eggs, making it a bit expensive. That's now currently the bill that the country at the parliament or being discussed in parliament is has that proposal, and most likely to go through. Then, in a bid to encourage protection and value addition in terms of in terms of protection of hide and skin, the reduction in export levy is proposed from about 80% to 50%. Or equivalent in USD 0.52 or 0.32. So we know it, as part of the special economic zones, we have this as a key, one of the key sectors that the country is looking to see what they can grow. And I guess that is now in terms of the tax now legislated. You have seen that reduction that came through the bill, and we expect that to come through from 1st of July this year. Now, just looking at the key challenges generally, in terms of the country and how you see that as professionals and when you are dealing with the tax matters in the sector, is the fact that we have an unstable taxation regime. At times it depends on the person in the office. If we have a good CS who is able to put a case forward, then you have very good laws. But then you don't have a clear, coherent and predictable tax system. That is actually the main issue we have in the country. Every year, you sit there waiting to see what the government is now proposing. You have cases where within a year you have a reversal of an incentive that was introduced, and that makes it very difficult for anyone to do long-term planning. Because if you have an incentive brought in late July, and then next year, April, in the next year you find that the government is proposing to remove that incentive, it doesn't make a lot of sense for any investor. So that we are hoping will be resolved by the introduction of the government has been talking of having a tax policy, which has been there for many years, for about 3-4 years, has been talking of the tax policy. We hope this will resolve the matter, because when you look at some other countries that we have, for example, we do a lot of work in Ethiopia. The last state I saw in Ethiopia, I don't know, very minimal changes, but for very many years we've not seen changes there. Kenya here, every year we have very many things. It's not about very cosmetic changes, very material changes being made every year, which we are hoping will be resolved by the tax policy that will be put in place. So that's the main challenge we've seen in the country. The flopping of policies depending on who is in the office. Then the other one is the multiplicity of taxes and levies. I had the panel that was here yesterday complaining about payment of cess when you're transporting goods, or advertising fees when you're moving your truck from one county to the other. It's a reality on the ground. So that's the fact that the national government has its money. They have to collect your CIT, corporate income tax, from their profit. At the same time, the county government will want to collect their taxes in terms of sales, fees and levies. That multiplicity of taxes and levies, a lack of coherence, because every county government is trying to get some money. They have their targets, they have the pressure as well to collect some money to supplement what they are getting from the national government. This pressure obviously translates into high cost of doing business. So we know it's a bill that is currently being discussed on how the county government should actually be introducing new fees, sort of a guideline that they will not go overboard in terms of new fees and levies. Hopefully that will resolve the issue, because at the moment we had that is a major challenge, and there is a lot of money being paid out to county government. Then the other one is inconsistency in the VAT status of raw materials and any goods. The cost of one of it, I think, is a little outcry that the cost has gone up and all that. But I think the main issue we've seen is one, the VAT status. When you talk to someone out here, you talk to them, they'll tell you goods should be exempted from VAT. But technically, from a technical perspective, when you exempt goods, there's an implication of that, because if, for instance, I'm selling to you goods which are exempted, but all the raw materials that are purchased to manufacture that good are subject to VAT. That VAT cannot deduct it. You cannot claim it from KRA. So what happens eventually is that I have to lump up all that VAT that are being cut in purchasing the raw materials and push it to you as a final consumer. So that inconsistency in terms of, let's say you say animal feed are exempt, but what is used in manufacturing the animal feed? Yeah, so all those goods that are now used as raw materials, if they are not exempt, that VAT that I will spend in purchasing them, I'll push it to you as a consumer. So that inconsistency has been a major pain point, and I think even for stakeholders, when they are opting for these stages, I think it's just good to make sure that you are very clear and you provide all the facts, and you consider, you can even have a simulation, because it's important to look at what exactly needs to be done. Because if you have certain amendment might look very good on face value, but in terms of the benefit that you are getting, they might be very minimal. In actual sense, zero rating is actually the best thing, because the taxpayer who is providing those goods or selling those goods, they can claim a refund of that VAT from the government. Although the government, on the other hand, is very much aware of the issues with zero rating, because they have a lot of strategies in terms of refunding cash. Zero rating would be the best option. For anyone looking for a very good policy change in the industry, zero rating is the best. But however, if you don't get that, make sure that all your goods are exempt, both the raw materials and the finished goods. Otherwise, you'll have a very good policy of that looks very good on face value. Then the other one is delaying the refund of tax. We've seen a bit of improvement. I think I always say it's good to give the government credit. We've seen a bit of improvement. We used to have major issues in the part of tax. Nowadays, we are still not yet there. We will still take 1 year, 2 years in some cases, but a few years ago we used to take years, or sometimes there was no visibility on when you get your VAT refund or refund of tax. Now, the law provides, at least we should apply for refund within 5 years, whether it's VAT, but VAT is within a shorter period. Now, the delay in processing, and at times not even the delay in processing, you have your refund approved, but the thing is, the regulator is telling you they will refund based on an allocation given by the National Treasury. The National Treasury is under pressure to collect money to pass the budget that they have. So the allocation for budget refund is very minimal. And so I think we have an approved refund, but now getting that allocation by KRA, they have to wait until they are given that money by the National Treasury. It's a bit of an issue. We can probably borrow from other countries, such as I think South Africa, Rwanda, where they have a faster refund. But we are hoping with the end acceptance or with the digitalization of taxes, it will be much easier, because then they can clearly see everything on your ledger. But then we also have, I think, another good thing in the bill that is currently being discussed, that as soon as you have the approval of the refund, you can now ask the IRA to offset. So for anyone with another tax application, let's say you have a VAT worth X amount that needs to be refunded and you need to pay PYE, payroll taxes. Then you ask the IRA to offset against your payroll taxes, the other taxes, at least that gives you a bit of, so instead of waiting for 2 years to get that refund, you offset against the other taxes. So if that is passed into law, it is a good thing, because waiting for refunds is a bit painful for taxpayers. In terms of the way forward, some of the areas that I think would work and have worked in the past is one, persistent lobbying. This one I can repeat 10 times, because I think we do a lot of lobbying, and you've seen things happening historically. So historically, we find most of the changes that we see. For instance, this year we had very good proposals in the field focus on the healthcare sector. Definitely a lot of work went behind that. There was a lot of lobbying, there were a lot of convincing, and when you look at, when you review the bill, you realize there is a lot of things that, favorable things that were passed that meant to take care of the healthcare sector. The same would happen or happens in this sector. So you need to have very good teams doing advocacy and lobbying, pushing every day. At times you need to be persistent and target key issues, because again, the government will not give you everything you ask for. They are under pressure as well to collect money. So just make sure that you go for the things that you really need at any one point in time. Push for those. Go through all stakeholders, the National Assembly, the CS, the PS, all those people that you think will have the right power or the right, the ability to push for these changes. And they have, you see that happening. So lobbying is maybe the highest, I would say, the best thing that you can use to get favorable tax changes. And make sure that where you need professional, obviously we deal with a lot of taxpayers, so we at times and we also get chances to interact with them very many bodies. So at times we can support in terms of coming up with the policy recommendations and then and the discussions that are happening. So that will be the first and the foremost recommendation anytime. Then the other one will be harmonization of county levies and tariffs. Definitely there's no doubt about it. I see no reason why someone would be paying advertising fees for it, because the motor vehicles are traveling through the counties. If they're moving maize, they also have to pay maize in every county. So those kind of things that need to be resolved and sorted out. Otherwise, we'll have a case where we have very good policies at the national level, but then at the county government, they are also trying to get their money, and that makes it a bit expensive. So that harmonization, we are hoping the bill that is currently being discussed will sort out a bit of that. But I think as much as we also lobby at the national level, it's also good to appreciate that we now have the county government. So let's also, the COG, the Council of Governance and all that, when you are lobbying at the national level, let's also involve them, because they also have a bit of power now with the county government. So that's part of another level that we need to consider when we are lobbying to make sure these are not too exorbitant. Then the other one I think that has not been explored in this sector is the special economic zones. We have a number of special economic zones in the country. We have the Tatu City, we have a couple of them, Lamu, Naivasha, quite a number. But all the economic zones I've seen, I think they have to do with manufacturing. Most of them have to do with that. But when you review the special economic zone, SEZ, agricultural zones have actually been considered to be one of the key pillars under that act. I've not seen any SEZ specifically set up to take care of agricultural activities. That was obviously the intention of the Special Economic Zones Act, that you would probably have an SEZ that is just looking at the various agricultural, maybe variation activities and all that. So that has not been taken advantage of, and the tax incentives that come with the Special Economic Zones are very many. I mean, you pay CIT at 10%. You find you are being exempted from these fees that we are referring here, advertising fees. We are doing quite a number of things actually provided explicitly there that you are exempt from that. And so VAT, you are exempted from VAT on many things. So this could be a challenge in the sector, seeing whether it's possible to ever come up with a special economic zone focused on this sector. And because nowadays we don't have a case where, it means that you are specifically set up by government. Now you have private players. Tatu City is a private player who are set up. As long as you get it licensed, then you're good to go. So it doesn't have to be an initiative by the government. The private players can come up with an SEZ. And all the industries that are being, operating there, if we are saying unprofit, let them set up their factories there. If we are saying fertilizer, let them set them there, and then they have the benefits of the reduction in the taxes of the exemptions. So that could be one of the things that is not currently explored, but provides a huge area of, something we can take advantage of to reduce the cost of doing business. And I think I'll stop at that point. Thank you very much.
Yes, let's give him a better. We appreciate that, Robert, for the information that you are bringing to for. And I wish to confirm that yes, indeed, I think it was Kenya Day kept around table in 2018 or 2019. He was the then new Commissioner General. They committed to having a national tax policy. And because, especially the incentives in the agriculture sector, they have no sound economic backing. A lot of times they are informed by political decisions. So when a regime exits, all the incentives that the sector was enjoying exit with them in a lot of instances. So then it becomes imperative for us as a sector to start working towards that. And the one thing I have appreciated about this understand it is that we are building our advocacy issues as we have this conversation. So perhaps having the national tax policy would be one of the things that we take up honestly through ASNEP and ensure that it is implemented. There is also the issue of engaging professionals. Every time we are asked to make submissions on the budgetary process, how many times have we consulted to ask what would be the implication? We have severally had instances where we are told we exempt this, zero rate this, and one time during an advocacy, a PPD engagement with Treasury, we told us VAT and exemption are scientifically done. So if we are not careful, it could lead to economic collapse. So again, that brings in the concept of to what extent are we engaging tax professionals to inform our advocacy, especially on the incentive schemes that we are seeking for the sector. Finally, before we come to you for questions, because I believe you have something that you'd like to further understand from what Robert has presented, is that with COVID and the measures of the government, we saw a lot of measures, especially affecting revenue collection. So post-COVID now, that is why there's a lot of, they are coming after everyone. Because the country has to run, but there is not sufficient money. We also saw the request for debt restructuring, the IMF. And I think it was earlier this year where Geneva, the IMF boss, was saying that the period of relief is coming to an end, and therefore countries need to start repaying their debts. So how will we repay our debts? We are constrained in terms of revenue collection. We have sectors that are critical like agriculture that need to grow, expand, feed the nation, create jobs, and also alleviate poverty. So those are some of the complex issues that interlock, affecting our sector's competitiveness and increasing the cost of doing business. So now I'd like to open the floor for questions, comments for Robert before we move on to the next presenter. I will have a roaming mic, please. And as we do that, we are graced in our presence to have Chair Emeritus of the former the KEPSA Sector Board, which is now ASNEP, Mr. Chris Wilson. I see you. Please prepare to come and say a few words. It is important to have that with us. So I wish to welcome your comments, questions, please. Input, feedback, reflections. Yes, we start with Arif. Karim is not Arif. We go to Mr. Waruki. Is it? Oh, the gentleman next to Mr. Waruki.
Because ultimately the devil is in the details, and it elaborates the role of many of these, very concrete issues. You talked a bit about special economic zones, and it sounded like you were saying that a lot of these special economic zones are attracting some value addition providers and potential investors. But on the other hand, the sense I got was a lot of these special economic zones aren't really fulfilling the potential and the promise that they were designed for. Could you tell us a bit more about that? Because that would be very interesting in this.
The gentleman next to Mr. Arroyo, please introduce yourself, and then we move over to Peter John.
My name is Chris Mayogo. I first of all want to thank the presenter. Actually, he was very, very, very detailed and very conclusive. I was on the issue of tax policy, national tax policy, whether it is possible for us, because recently we saw because you've been talking about the question of flip-flopping tax policies based on the regime that comes in. is it possible for all stakeholders to come up with a policy that can be entrenched in the Constitution, so that we treat the issue of the flip-flopping regimes that come in and go checked, because sort of you can have a policy this year, after some months and so on, something comes about. Is there a means where we can have this thing included in the Constitution, like they had wanted to do with their BPI stuff, so that, I mean, we have our own thing to save our country from that sort of thing?
Thank you. Then we come to the front, the Kasonga and South.
Thanks. Peter Jumio from Benchpro. Thank you so much for the tax regime. I was just wondering, just echoing the SEZ, yeah? That's the. So the question is then, how do we harmonize the tax advantage facility on agro-processing machines? I'm sure you know this, because you see what happens is that on the other hand, you bring machinery and again, it's a long story in terms of demurrage, in terms of the costs, yet the SEZ was actually put as a facility to facilitate the growers and the exporters. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that presentation. I'm just wondering, with respect
Financial Committee of Parliament, and we argued for zero rating. And actually, transport rates were zero rated. But over time, the millers increased the rates. So you see this element. So precisely maybe at the level of ASNET, I want to propose that there should be some mechanism of also monitoring. Yes, we are lobbying to decrease the cost of doing business, but perhaps there should be an element of also on the part of ASNET to have a police role of monitoring if the members are benefiting from the reduced cost of doing business in such cases. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will give this chance to Robert.
thank you very much. Audible. So I'll start with the one on special economic growth, and I think I can combine some Rick and So in terms of what you see in the country, and we've done a bit of background on this, or work on this. For instance, I mean, it's in the public news, you know, Kenya Wine Agency, the company that the government has placed, and you know, they are moving to Tatu City. The operations will be there, and currently they are doing they are constructing the factory there. So the kind of special economic growth you see, I mean, the focus on, or that I would say, you're not using special economic growth set up specifically to take care of agricultural activities. And as I was saying, in the special economic zone now, they have about 8 classes that were invested to be critical sectors or subsectors that will drive that. One is the agricultural zones that would be expected that we will probably have a zone within the county of Nairobi or any other county that will typically focus on, you know, all the, in terms of moving from the farmers, anything that will involve the agricultural sector. Industries, politics, anyone that would be in that sector, where they can set up base there, and their services would enjoy the benefits. The benefits are there for sure. For instance, we are talking of the 10% corporate income taxes that you pay, we evaluate people enjoy that. We are saying the VAT exemption, they are actually there, they are being realized. But when you look at it, for instance, the taxation is the most prominent within Nairobi. We even have people who are putting up residential houses, and they are able to sell them at a low price because they are importing to construct their houses. They are not paying custom duties. They are exempt from import duty, indirect duty. So that is happening, and it's a reality. Obviously, there is a whole process for you to enjoy that. And in terms of whether the county government, no. If the SEZ is set up in any other county, they will not impose levies. Actually, they are actually very clear. All these levies that are set up, even registration fees for a business, they are exempted from that. Advertising fees, they are exempted from that. Stamp duty, in terms of registering your documents or transferring assets, they are exempted from that. So the county government cannot again impose their own levies on SEZ set up outside Nairobi. So the county government are neutralized because this is an act of parliament, which doesn't matter where you are set up. I mean, we have the last one there, which is supposed to be here, because there we have the one being set up in Naivasha. So irrespective of the place, it should serve the purpose. And yeah, so what I was saying, the main issue is that we don't have any focus on these agricultural activities. And this we have a lot of outcry in terms of the cost of raw materials. And I think moving in terms of reducing that cost to be, this is probably one of those things that stakeholders can push or consider having. And it can be initiated by a private player. This is a good thing with SEZ as compared to EZ. And SEZ can be initiated by a private player. I hope I answered that. Then in terms of the national tax policy administration, that is the constitution. Maybe, I mean, the constitution provides the right of the government has the right to tax its citizens, and they were provided to what the national government and the county government are supposed to do. It's mainly, as we've seen in other countries, it's mainly, again, because of the fact that you cannot, there are different regimes that will come and go. That it's more of a guidance or provide guidance in terms of for you to, let's say, if you want to introduce an incentive on this sector, after how long can you review that incentive? The policy can say, you can only review after 3 or 5 years. It may not prescribe that incentive. It's more of a generic guidance. If you are saying that you want to provide something for a certain sector, there's a timeline. You are clear. So for you as a business person, if you are investing because you have seen an incentive, it's very clear in your mind that it will be there for the next 5 years or the next 3 years. That's the kind of certainty we are looking for. Which obviously, whichever government comes into force, they will have to follow that. So that's the kind of policy we are looking at. But in terms of harmonizing policies, I mean, for instance, we have importing machinery, I agree. But when you are operating in a special economic zone, you are most of those activities. But the other things that are there, and I guess, can you not sure about policies or good initiatives? We have, for instance, something that we call being an authorized economic operator. Ideally, if you have approved them and you have that approval, you are supposed to import your goods sort of direct. All those matters to do with valuation, sharing, inspecting, they are not supposed to happen. They can happen in terms of importation. So, if, for instance, you are taxpayer, you import machinery a lot of times, or that's your main business, the condition for you is to take that approval of being an authorized economic operator. That means you are good expedited. As soon as they get to the port of Mombasa, they move. So what happens is that they would have to establish that you've been compliant over the historical past. You've been paying your taxes well, so the risk is pretty minimum. So that allows you to expedite and incur very minimal leverage and related costs. And I think the other one, in terms of growth benefits, I agree. I mean, for instance, that one was one we saw that one in the sector, the generating of those transportation services. I guess that one is more of someone controlling the entire sector. We have the manufacturer controlling the entire value chain. They have a whole control, and I guess that's the role they have, and the organization can support in terms of influencing and pushing, ensuring that you have to really realize the benefit. You will have very many times the government saying they will not interrogate goods because they know the benefits will not flow down to the final consumers. Either the manufacturer decides to not to pass on the benefits to the final consumers. It's a problem that we have in the country of the government complaining, we'd rather allow it than interrogating because the benefit will not go to the final consumer. Yeah, I hope I have that. Thank you.
Okay, that is excellent. We'd like to acknowledge the presence of our online participants. Please feel free to ask questions on the subject matter. And as a welcome, two last questions. I'd like to ask Robert. When we ask for incentives and do not use them, we have had an instance, I think, in the sector of environment where they were clawed back. And when the Treasury was asked, they said incentives are not indefinite. They are there to serve a purpose, and when they don't, then we claw back. How can we as a sector ensure that the incentives that we request for are not clawed back? How can we improve the uptake and a consequent benefit to the sector?
Thank you very much. Yeah, for me, I think the issue is having been targeted request the National Treasury. Because the various sessions that we find ourselves in terms of pushing for policy data through APA and so many other organizations that we work with, you find that you have an array of requests you want to make the government. But I think in terms of the priority, if they are you have a need, or are you just pushing because you really need it? So it's about prioritizing and making sure what is actually needed at that point in time is actually what is pushed for. Because the government will be clear. I mean, that's why they are there to collect taxes and they are the pressure to pass the budget. So you will go so many of them and you get so many of them, and then later on when they are doing the analysis, because they do those analysis after sometimes they realize, okay, we give this incentive, and there's nothing in terms of the economic benefits to the country. So they will just take it back. So you just focus on the key ones that you need, and focus on those push there. Once you get them, then the time you stakeholders to make sure they also take advantage of them, or they are aware of those incentives. So yeah, it's a give and take that we normally have when we are pushing the policy.
All right, fantastic. Any last questions? I think Robert has done an excellent job. You have satisfied the questions to that extent. So let us please appreciate him. And maybe just to mention something that came up in his responses, the AEO, the accredited economic operators, they facilitate trade at the points of entry. So for the SEZ, we are just learning that it can also help clear equipment so that we avoid demurrage charges. So the interesting thing is that they are provided for in the WTO, World Trade Organization Trade Facilitation Agreement. KEPSA is a member of the National Trade Facilitation Committee. So when we solicit for what are some of the issues we want realized first, I think it's important that we prioritize the having accredited economic operators. The agreement also acknowledges that having these economic operators facilitates clearance of perishable goods where a lot of agricultural commodity falls to expedite shipment and avoid massive losses. So thank you very much. Thank you for the questions, even as we continue to sharpen one another. At this point, I'd like to welcome our Chair Emeritus, Chris Wilson, to please share a few words. He has traveled very far to be here with us, so we appreciate that. Chris, please join us on the podium and say hi to everyone. Can I bring the mic? Yeah?
I'm very deaf. That's a good start.
No. You are very passionate about the cost of doing business, and I think it's excellent for us to start.
Oh, yeah. How are you? Good morning, everybody. Good morning. As you saw when we sat in the back, I hoped I was going to stay in the back, so the video pulling me out was not quite what I was planning, although I'm scheduled to talk later on. I'm very happy that we've got this far without that. I'm not sure that, and this will be accepted or not by some people, I'm not sure that we've really tackled the issues that I would like to see tackled, but I'll tell you more about it later. But I'm happy to see you all here, and if you feel at any stage you want to talk to me, including the wonderful thing Vicky, I would be very happy to answer your questions. But have great deliberation, and I'll be very happy to talk to anybody at any time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to also acknowledge and appreciate the presence of Amin Klapner from GIZ. Amin, please.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I'm sorry I was late today, but I was here the whole day of yesterday, and I'm really delighted to see all of you here at the second agricultural summit organized by ASNET and its partners. We believe as German Development Corporation that ASNET can really contribute a lot to the development of the sector, and I'm hardly able to read all the chats I get on the WhatsApp group because it's such an active group. I remember when there were a couple of months ago introduced some travel restrictions again. Within 15 minutes there were so many chats flying over and discussing who knows who, how can we resolve that, and I think that makes a network, and that is very, very important, and we are very happy to support ASNET so far, and I think we go also the next steps together. So let's have some fruitful discussions also today, and thanks for having me here.
Thank you very much, Amin. And been a big part of us getting here, so we appreciate the support that GIZ has extended. Yesterday we agreed that in the African culture it takes a village to raise a child, right? So I'd like to invite the final village mate in the ASNET family that has been very critical. And we cannot have Chris speak and we miss out, and have been a very critical pillar in the formation of ASNET.
I think I'm on next in the provocation.
Okay, so he requests to greet us and share his remarks. Fantastic. That's okay.
So much, very large footprint, perhaps the largest footprint in the south of the United Nations, of about 26 agencies, funds and programs. And you probably are familiar with many of the agencies that work in agriculture that we've, I'd like to say, seeded and introduced to SNET as we'd like to say co-founder of SNET. You see the logo of the SCT platform there. And my friends Jane and Agatha here, Dr. Biman, we look forward to seeing you soon, Chris. We have, of course, been extremely interested in seeing this evolution. And I'll be speaking a bit later for some of our reflections. But delighted to be here, and thank you for inviting me.
The SDG partnership support till this point. So thank you very much for being attentive. I wish that we Commercial Livestock Fisheries and Conservation. He's the AgTech advisor to the ministry, and he'll be taking us through a presentation that explores from a policy standpoint what the government is planning in terms of digitization and innovation for the agriculture sector. Frankly, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Let's put our hands together for him, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Franklin Agono from the Agriculture Transformation Office. I'm an AgTech advisor at the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm embedded from the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. So, working with the different entities for global change. So, working with the different entities to try and coordinate initiatives in terms of the agriculture sector transformation growth strategy. So there's always conversation in terms of transformation, and of course, digitization is at the center of every transformation in any sector, and agriculture cannot be left behind. All right, we need to ensure that we have a data-driven approach in terms of initiatives, in terms of what we need to offer to the farmer, in terms of just the growth of the sector. And agriculture has a huge amount of data because most of our population are actually farmers, right? So there's a huge asset that the government and other stakeholders, and especially today, I'm really happy that we've been invited to meet the ASNET group. We have had engagements with different stakeholders in terms of agriculture, in terms of what we are trying to do in digitization of agriculture. And so this is the first time that we are having this engagement, and we are really excited because we want to show you what we have been doing at the Agriculture Transformation Office, indeed the Ministry of Agriculture, to coordinate and bring in now anchoring digitization and data as very key subjects in terms of the transformation. I see you talk about collaborative effort to bring positive change. So positive change in the technology change era, and that is what is actually making us be able to transform even as a country. We are very mature in terms of even mobile money. I mean, we are #1 in the world. In terms of innovation, we have a vibrant youth that are out there developing a lot of applications. And so as government, how do we come in to ensure that we support in the private sector and also other players within the sector to ensure that the growth of data and digitization is key in agricultural transformation. So basically, I'll ensure that I stick to the subject because the subject can go very technical, right? But we have to be aware of what is the main goal. The government is actually rolling out the agriculture sector transformation growth strategy, which is ASTGS, 2019 to 2029. And the idea is basically to ensure that we attain 100% food and nutrition security, right, across the country. Currently, we have drought in the north. I mean, these are areas that we should be able to
fast track and ensure that we change, because there are systems there that can actually help us to be a food secure nation in terms of technology. What is being done out there, and what can we borrow from out and bring in here? Because we have the capacity, we have the knowledge, we have the systems, we have the technology, but it's just really more about how we coordinate all this to ensure that now we have an impact in our nation. So within ASTGS, of course, some of you might have been told yesterday in terms of what the ministry is doing on other flagships, but we have 9 flagships on this agriculture sector transformation growth strategy, and digitization is an enabler across all this, which is, we call it the flagship 8. The objective, of course, is to increase small-scale farmer incomes. I mean, a larger group of our farmers are small-scale. Increase food availability around the year. Right now, as I say, we're talking about relief food in areas that we should actually be improving on. Boost household resilience, food resilience within our nation. Yeah, so on flagship 8 of this agriculture sector transformation growth strategy, according to our able Super it's about unleashing the power of digital solutions for our agriculture transformation. We have to unleash it. It is there, but how do we unleash it? And in this case, of course, the objective is to strengthen research and innovation. We have now a research and innovation directorate within the ministry, and launch priority digital and data use cases to better decision making and performance management. So data being at the center of our decision making. All the initiatives that we're doing, are they data driven? What are they? Do we have analytics to show that actually they have an impact? So that's the challenge. And so as a ministry, we have engaged stakeholders, and with the support of our partners, you can see some of them here, with GIZ, AGRA, some of the key partners that we've worked to ensure that we have a digital strategy, because we don't just say you're going to implement, you're going to coordinate, but come up with policies. So what are the strategies that we put in place, and what are the gaps that we have within the sector, both operationally and also in terms of just end-to-end sector. So what do we aim basically? We aim to become a data-driven decision-making organization that leverages data and digital solutions as an enabler to achieving our growth, basically. And in this case, the key aim is 100% food security. It's not just the digitization for the sake of it. And that's the vision. That's where we want to go. And of course, we need to have winners. And on this, we are looking at making sure that we have an adaptive infrastructure. Things have gone in terms of technology. We've gone to cloud infrastructure. For example, when now applications are being launched, you can actually develop an application and launch it within 2 days, and it's out there. So how do we now, as government, also be able to ensure that some of the initiatives that we do at a large scale are actually that adaptable? And in this case, of course, some of these enablers are the use cases that I will talk about as the innovation that you will see that the government is actually bringing in the sector. Then, of course, reduce cost of operations. I mean, we've been talking about cost every time. Of course, in Kenya, leisure is global, right? So we must ensure that we are cost effective, even in some of the initiatives that we do. And so having a very efficient operating model. Then, of course, drive productivity, making sure that we enable business intelligence and analytics. So, in terms of that, what are the technical capabilities that we are putting in place, and how do all stakeholders come into this, basically, and especially the private sector? Of course, communication and collaboration. We need to be able to work effectively in terms of even our systems, but also how do we reach quicker to the farmer, and make information management more efficient and secure. Information has to flow, right? The private sector sits with a lot of data. How does government access that? And how do the private sector also access data that is actually with the government? Some of the critical data that you might need to either scale up your innovation and also come up with new ideas that are more innovative. So, yeah, so if you look at now how that agriculture sector transformation growth strategy looks at digitization, a lot of work was done, a lot of assessment, a lot of input from different stakeholders, and the government came up with, the ministry came up with 7 critical use cases that are digital, that are in line with ASTDS, and be able to now anchor some of these, the objectives that we want. So, for example, which is accelerate farmer registration. Looking at having, a single source of food in terms of farmer registry. All right, the government is in a better position to actually have that. But of course, how can they also use other avenues in terms of technology to get some of this information from the private sector? But in this case, you don't just get a national farmer registration. It has to come with a benefit for the farmer. And here the target is to have incentives, okay? Using digital tools to be able to offer incentives to the farmer. For example, we have an e-subsidy program that is going on for the fertilizer, and in this case, of course, the farmer is able to be onboarded into a platform where they'll be able to pay us a part of that of the fertilizer cost. And within an instant, the agro dealer also gets paid. So these are some of the initiatives that are coming up. Improve farmer practices. So we talk about good agricultural practices. We have, of course, a deficit in terms of the extension services to the farmer. But of course, we have the technology. How do we get that farmer at the last mile using technology? Even if it's features, whether it's a smartphone, but in Kenya we've already improved in terms of our access, mobile access and also technology. So we can still use our infrastructure to be able to reach our farmers. Monitor emergency food reserve stocks. So we got something called the digital food balance sheet that we are able to actually get to know how much of the food stocks are available within the country, and so move away from a more manual approach and being able to get data streams that within a click of a button you'll be able to tell when do we need to import, when do we need to export, for instance, in other places. So determine future quantity of stock to buy it, and then make more dynamic trade and price decisions, so early warning systems. For example, the price of unga has gone up. We should be able to actually tell by the time it's going up. How do we, how can government enable that through the digital systems? You should be able to tell that and be able to raise an argument that, okay, there is going to be a shortage, and therefore we need to actually start reporting at it. Then improve value chain selection and agricultural land optimization model. There is a land commercialization initiative that is coming up. Land is really an emotive subject in our country. But basically, government being able to map out large-scale, land that can be used for large-scale farming, and using technology basically, and have an informed decision in terms of what do we need to plant in such areas. I know there's been Galana, Kulabu, the famous, but these are now some of the initiatives that we're trying to come up with to ensure that we invest in places where we have data as the driving factor, not just going into initiatives, right? Then of course, as any other sector and any other institution, we need to have a robust M&E framework and be able to actually streamline data collection from all the initiatives that are happening. Now the big one, is the establishment of standards and protocols for a shared data access. Because we say that data is at the center of our digitization. And how do we then come up with a robust data economy basically, that is safe and secure and reliable and timely and accessible to everyone. Everyone has a right to information access. And of course, we also think about the Data Protection Act. How as a sector are we aligning to that, even as we come up with a robust data economy? So what's the state of data and digitization landscape? Of course, one, we have multiple data sets across the sector. Everyone has data about the farmer. And it's working, it's duplicated. Someone will tell you, I have the name of this guy, I've got the ID, the farm this way. Another person will also tell you, I have this registry, I have this, that way. You know, we need a single source of truth in terms of, are we really capturing the correct data for this farmer? You know, for each and every farmer, do we know the number of farmers that we have in the country that are farming a specific value chain? So, the problem is we have difficulty in seamless exchange of data because everyone wants to stick with the data. They say data is the new oil, right? So everyone wants to stick with their own data. And, you know, a very important personality called Brad Smith, the president of Microsoft, he said we must democratize data, right? The democratization of data is what will be able to now help us innovate better, be able to offer access to information, and be able to reach, you know, the last person at the last man. So how do we as a government and as a sector enable that? We need to be able to have that kind of open, seamless, but within a data governance framework, of which Amin and GIZ, as I'll show in some next slides, have actually helped us to come up with an agriculture sector data governance framework, which we hope that the private sector can also play a key role in, because we need to actually have integrations with some of the applications that you actually roll out. So the mistrust in data sharing, everything is just about data. We get the data right, we're able to innovate. We get the data right, we are able to give the farmer the right information, the right initiatives, the right services that they need from us. Lack of traceability or impact of intervention. So we have interventions that are going on, but can we actually say that it has direct impact to the farmer, even as we come up with these initiatives, basically? And in terms of the flagship aid, so our aim is to have a data-driven decision-making approach to better support production and provide intelligence to farmers with the aim to increase yields and contribute to food security through evidence-based initiatives. The big goal is the ASTGS transformation objectives. So as a ministry, so we did an assessment and supported by some of our technology partners who are able to go through some rapid assessment of our systems in the sector. And some of the challenges that were brought in terms of that gap analysis was, of course, network challenges in remote areas. In as much as we have a good network, we still have network challenges. I'm sure even now some are still not able to connect to the internet. So, I mean, this is just an inherent problem everywhere. Then, of course, infrastructure, in terms of the technology infrastructure, cybersecurity, you know, every day you will hear someone has lost some amount somewhere. Data and applications are in silos. The same thing that I said, everyone wants to stick to their data. So in terms of technology, these are some of the challenges. Then, of course, the people. Technology, people, and processes. The people. We need training, even for our extension officers. We need training for personnel. There's limited resources. And of course, people focus more on operational matters and limited time for innovation. In as much as if you look at all initiatives that always go, data and innovation is actually the last thought, when it should actually be the first. Of course, it's an enabler, but that is always, even on any budget, you will always see that ICT is given the smallest. But then how then are we going to transform? We want to read the first one. How are we going to read that when we cannot even offer resources, within our ecosystem? So the processes, of course, some are not well defined in terms of data management, device, enterprise mobility. So this is a bit more technical. But I've talked about the budgets within even our ministry, the segmented budgets in terms of even the different state departments. Yeah, so what we did is that our partners supported us to come up with a digital transformation program. So for us to transform, we must be able to have a roadmap. Yeah? It is not just about talking about it. We have to have a plan. And so we looked at 5 areas, of which one is data integration. So comes back to standards and protocols for shared data access. We say we are going to come up with a unified data platform, a big data platform, of which Carlo, who is our host here, will also be hosting. We have the infrastructure, we have a big data center that has been funded by the World Bank that has already been used for some of the innovation that is already going on. Then data governance framework to ensure that we're able to now share data across, all right? And then of course information security, infrastructure, capacity building. In this, we have set up a digital transformation committee, and this is a committee within the ministry that has been drawn up from several state departments, and also we hope that we also engage the private sector in this. Yes. Yeah, so I talked just briefly on that committee. So key areas that will require our support, support from partners in delivery. Technology, as we talked about, network infrastructure, big data, analytics platform, cybersecurity, modern workplace enablers, for us to also be able to work smarter with the farm, launch and scale up digital use cases. Some of the digital use cases that I'm going to also talk about. Then in terms of data, this adoption of data governance framework, we need the support of the private sector. First, we need to integrate with their systems and also give them a benefit in terms of the kind of data that they can receive from the ministry as well. And then need resources to support the operationalization of the data digital transformation committee and basically capacity building. If you look at the ongoing initiatives as per whatever we are doing at the ministry, some of these systems maybe we've not made much noise about them, but because they're in the pilot stages. There is e-voucher program, that is the KIAMIS, Kenya Integrated Agriculture Management Information System. So in this one is a farmer registry of which we provide e-subsidy for the farmer. We're going to go to different value chains, but we have started by giving out incentives on the fertilizer. This has been launched in Nandara and Transoia, and we are going to build that farmer database. Digital food balance sheet, of course, for food stocks and forecasts of seasons and expected production. Warehouse receipt system. I'm sure some of you have read about this warehouse receipt system council, and this is one of the key areas. It was launched some time back, the warehouse receipt system, whereby farmers can be able to deposit produce in certified warehouses and get issued warehouse receipts that they can either walk into a bank for collateral and also be connected to a commodity exchange where you can actually trade digitally and sell. The e-extension and digital advisory services, this has been also supported by our partner, Agra. In this case, we have developed an AgriPort that is a digital solution that uses messaging channel to send out good agricultural practices to the farmer. And therefore, they're able to go for a value chain, you're able to get information on how can you farm better, when can you be able to get a good yield and all that. Then the unified app data platform that is going to now unify all the systems into one big ecosystem. In this one, we have to have a data governance framework. Without that, we won't be able to align to the Data Protection Act. And even some of these systems, you need to actually be able to register with the Office of Data Protection Commission. This is where we are going actually. Then there's the Desert Locust Early Warning System. This thing was, the desert invasion was actually being monitored from a digital perspective. Some might not be aware, but there is a Desert Locust Information Center that is active, and we need to scale to other migratory pairs. I know this is the army one that people are talking about now. Kenya Agriculture Market Information System, so daily market information for commodity prices. This is also a very key area. M&E, of course, this is really more internal to track indicators. And then there's a Kenya Livestock Identification and Traceability System. You know, we talk about cattle rustling every day. We talk about, disease, infected meat, killing people. This is going to stop because we are coming up with a candidates. There's a strategy and regulations that have been developed. We have actually engaged the public in terms of their feedback on those regulations, and soon you'll actually see this being gazetted. And to ensure that we have disease control and security of animals, and all the animals in the country are going to be tagged at some point. So this has been piloted in one of the counties, and so we're just going to scale it up. Basically, what are we talking about? We're saying in all these systems, we need to ensure that we have a unified app data platform. That is a one-stop shop for all agriculture information and consolidates fragmented data sources and establish and manage data sector that optimally employs these digital resources to deliver transformative experience to stakeholders. Digital transformation, stakeholders. So all this, we have to ensure that it's a holistic approach. And in terms of the Kenya Unified App Data Platform, you will see that the private sector, you will see that the private sector is actually key in our design. In this case, they are central because we remove them, then the chain is down, right? So all our stakeholders, development partners, government entities will be ensuring that they are going to send some data to our big data platform. Of course, we are rolling out a hybrid platform that is actually hosted here and also in the cloud, and be able to now have smart farmer enabled, ensure that we are efficient as a ministry, and also the private sector are able to innovate quickly. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agola. You notice that we have a panel discussion on issues of digitalization. So I'll request that you note down your questions. He will join us also for the panel, then we can comprehensively address that. Are we together? Yes. I have a raft of questions myself, so I'm also packing it until that time. So thank you very much, Agola, for that. We appreciate that. In the spirit of accelerating private sector investments for growth and transformation, we cannot have this discussion without understanding how do we catalyze youth employment, entrepreneurship, and that whole conversation, while also appreciating the conversation that we have just had. Cost of doing business, how do we embed digitization? So to help us contextualize this, I wish to welcome Mr. Arif Niki to share with us on how mainstreaming of youth is happening in the agriculture sector. Let us put our hands together for welcome.
Thank you very much. I think I've already introduced myself. Let's get a few people, so just reintroduce myself. Arif Niki. I coordinate also the SDG Partnership Platform as the United Nations Resident Coordinator Office. And this is a platform that seeks to connect and catalyze SDG partnership investments and financing. So it's really a homegrown platform between the government of Kenya and the UN, launched by the government of Kenya at the UN General Assembly in September 2017. Why is this important? Because for us, we see a gap in this ecosystem support to bring convening, connecting, and catalyzing investments and financing. Kenya is, as you know, moving through, I'm giving you sort of the big overview first, and then I'll try and dig into the subject matter, in which I confess I'm not an expert, but I look at it from the... Kenya, as you know, is a middle-income country, emerging, after 57 years of being very comfortable with grants, sweetheart grants from bilaterals, multilaterals. A lot of the partners that have been working in this area have tended to sort of go from one RFP to another RFP, one grant to another grant. I think those days are gone. Those days of $5 million grants over 3 years, and then you get this lovely white Pajero that you drive around. Those days are gone. We're looking at age shrinking. We're looking at the integrated national financing framework that we're supporting the Treasury to develop, to understand financial flows in development in Kenya, both public and private, clearly demonstrate that we need to move from SDG funding to financing. And why is this important? This is important because we really need to almost recalibrate how we create economic impact simultaneously with social impact. So whilst the subject of agriculture and agricultural growth and agricultural transformation is dear to all our hearts, so is the fact that 5-6% GDP growth rates mask almost 30-40% of poverty. There are huge swathes of populations in Kenya that don't enjoy shared prosperity. So how do we create shared prosperity in this new paradigm of SDG financing? It's about inclusive economic growth. It's about wealth, creating wealth with social impact simultaneously. What you might call profit with purpose, or you might call the shared value lens, or triple bottom line. I mean, take your cliche, but the point is, how do we grow Kenya's economy? How do we grow the agricultural value chains that we're all so keen about, but also ensure employment, jobs, leave no one behind? We need to walk the talk of the SDGs. How do we leave no one behind? We have 8 years to achieve the 2030 agenda. Many of the targets Kenya signed up to, we need to accelerate. So with that, I just like to say, talking about youth in agriculture, it's very clear. We talk about the youth being the future of Kenya. It's so easy to say that. But what are we doing to engage the youth to become the future of Kenya? If you look at figures from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the average age of a Kenyan farmer is about 60 years. I think the average age of the population in Kenya is about 19 years, in 15 across Africa. So you have 60-year-old farmers sustaining a critical sector. And you have an average of 19-year-old youth who are going to be the future of Kenya within a few years. It also shows, in a recent study from USA, that agriculture contributes approximately 33% of the country's GDP. Now, I'm less concerned about a small rate, whether it's 33% or 40% or whichever source there is. The point is that agriculture, as we know, is the bedrock of livelihoods in Kenya, because it has an impact across multiple sustainable development goals. The question, therefore, for us is, how do we get youth to really engage and get mainstream into agriculture? How do you make agriculture interesting and sexy for youth? How do you get youth to say, agriculture is not just a last resort for me. If I can't get the job in the bank, or I can't get into this NGO, then I'll go back home and I might end up in agriculture with my grandfather. How do we create this real incentive for young people to come into agriculture? So His Excellency President Kenyatta, I think, referred to the youth demographic as a potential existential threat if we don't engage youth the right way. We're seeing, for example, that this could be a vector for social transformation. It could be our most powerful resource. It could also be an existential threat. It could also mean a lot of young people driven away, a lot of young people end up in the brain drain, or a lot of young people get into that basically give them their basic livelihoods, you know. Maybe there's a lot of our workers and they're earning $36 to be part of the Shabbat or other types of things. Why? Because they need food on the table. Nothing to do with ideology, it's about survival. So how do we create those opportunities and those jobs and those value chains resilient enough to talk about engaging it, preparing the youth for the next generation? So for us, I think it is a matter of urgency. There is a receding window of opportunity, let me put it that way. We need to get rich before we get old. If you look at Europe and North America and many of the other societies, there are few young people supporting a demographic of very many old people. Here we have the opportunity of this resource. We have many young people supporting a few old people. And when I look across the room, I think you'll all identify with this. So the question is, how do we make sure that we engage youth in agriculture? And it seems that enterprise, innovation, skills training, all the usual answers, you're all the experts in this, is the way to go. We have, the United Nations now has a 5-year partnership with the government of Kenya called the United Nations Sustainable Development Framework, previously called the UNDA, the United Nations Assistance Framework. And what we found, it was a $1.9 billion 5-year partnership with the government of Kenya. But what we found was that, we had 14 outcomes. We had a number of strategic result areas we were trying to focus on. And we did a whole country analysis on what are the key issues in Kenya as we see today. Where can we be supportive? And where can we work with the government as a matter of priority? And we identified that we first of all need to focus our attention on a few critical things. So we ended up with 3 key outcomes of 14. And 2 of them were planet and prosperity and people and peace. There was the human development side, and there was the planet and prosperity, the climate resilience, the agricultural value chain, the food and nutrition security. And the third one is an enabler, which is partnerships. So I think it's very clear now that without partnerships, there's no single agency, whether it's a commercial company, whether it's a network, whether it's a bilateral or multilateral, nobody has a single silver bullet to address this. Partnerships is absolutely critical. And I don't mean just schmoozing each other for an occasional lunch. This is about deep partnerships. How do we create deep, sustained partnerships? And the principle of these partnerships, from what I've learned over the last few years, goes beyond, of course, the human reflex of, love of work, philanthropy, and compassion. That's small change CSR. What we're talking about here is enlightened self-interest. How do you get private sector in agriculture? How do you get partners, NGOs, donors, financiers, blended financiers to come together around concrete investment and financing pipelines that actually is a win-win for all? Why I say this is because we have, for example, looked at a number of proposals and initiatives coming up for 47 counties and from entrepreneurs. And as you see these, you see that there are certain issues, because if you can't expand and accelerate the investment pipeline, you can't get our youth engaged in jobs, in entrepreneurship, etc. So how do you create this multiplier effect in the economy? And one of the things that we found was that in terms of bringing together a lot of these investments, there's no shortage. I hired an ex-Acumen, ex-DFI, very bright young Kenyan who's, doing a dashboard for me. And just marking out all the different proposals that are coming to us, aquaculture, fisheries, crops, livestock. And within 6 months, here's a dashboard of $500 million, $500 million of proposals, just raw proposals that have come to us saying, we need financing, we need investors, we need equity, we need debt, we need financing. So the question for us was, if you're getting this kind of amazing creativity from the ground up around agricultural value chains, why is Kenya flourishing right away? In many countries that have turn this turnaround. You see what Ireland did with potatoes, and you've seen other countries doing with various commodities. Why are we not be able to move these types of investments? And the question then is, where is the money? Because oftentimes it's useful to follow the money. And so what we did was look at all the financing networks in Kenya. And we struck together the Kenya Bankers Association, which is, been very powerful since colonial days. It was always about banks. The Kenya Bankers Association. We've got the East Africa Philanthropy Network, 300 foundations across Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and many more indigenous local community foundations. I had the privilege 21 years ago to be the founding co-chair of this East Africa Network, which still thrives. We've got the East Africa Venture Capital Private Equity Association. We've got Convergence, which is over 100 impact funds supported by the Canadian government and others. We've got ENDI, which is helped by the Aspen Institution. There's no lack of financing networks, but even this fruit basket of lending finances don't talk to each other. So what we learned is we've strung them all together. For the last 2.5 years, I've been chairing a task force, which is now just yesterday at a summit we launched with 200 financiers at Safari Park Hotel, launched Impact Invest in Kenya. This brings together what I call the people that are looking for deal flow. They're looking to lend money as a business. At least 20 ideas from your own networks that are looking for financing. What we found was that a lot of these just don't get packaged the right way. They don't have the TA, they don't have the technical assistance, the transaction advisory, the pre-feasibility support. I had young people come to me with some amazing ideas around aquaculture, for example. How can you combine hydroponics and aquaculture to create a system where you're growing plants and you're also feeding fish simultaneously in a closed system which increases productivity? So how do you package this? So what we're doing is looking at TA providers, creating TA facilities and a pipeline of TA facilities. And UN, DESA and other partners globally are being crowded together to create a TA facility so that as we see projects that we feel are really worthy of support, we need to get behind them. We need to support them. But we need to get behind them around certain criteria. My opening statement around the criteria was clear. It has to create economic impact, but also social impact. It needs to be inclusive economic impact. It's not about getting a few people rich. It's about getting Kenya to be a prosperous nation across the board. So I think these are some of the principles that we've been thinking about. In terms of the agenda for sustainable development and the role, one of the approaches that we've taken in terms of coordination is we've engaged with what President Kenyatta launched, which is Generation Unlimited. It's a global initiative to support you, which is identified as global champions. President Kenyatta and President of Rwanda have both been champions in terms of driving an overarching umbrella initiative, which is now created a steering committee in the office of the President and working very close to the global chair team of the Ministry of ICT. Within that, there are many sections that affect this. There's the skills training, capacity building, or Tibet's discussion. There's the discussion around innovation and technology, which I'd like to talk about a little more now that I see some of our KUSA and other innovation champions are in the room. And then there's a stream around connectivity. So we have GIGA. GIGA is a connectivity project with all the telcos and IT companies very interested to come in and do connectivity of thousands of schools, thousands of youth innovation centers. The question I ask myself is that when we talk about schools, we have a connectivity initiative. If we talk about youth innovation, we have a connectivity initiative around youth centers. We just heard this amazing presentation from the DAG office, and we appreciated that. And Tule has been very close to us on many of these discussions. Are there opportunities for convergence on connectivity across sectors? If I'm doing a youth innovation center in Isiolo with my friend Dr. Uti, the governor, and then somebody else is doing a digital pipeline for agriculture, and then the third person will come and do a digital pipeline for peace and security for elections, is there a way for us to be able to converge on So those are some of the kind of overarching things that I think we present opportunities for youth engagement. We also wanted to say that in terms of internal workings with the UN, sometimes the UN and multilaterals and bilaterals can be a bit of a maze if you're out of the system. I come from private sector, I'm an ex-banker, I used to run Société Générale and the African Foundation. So when I entered the UN, you see this maze of 26 agencies, funds and programs. You ask yourself, okay, which one do I work with and who do I go to, and do they really have money, do they have technical assistance, what is it that I can get, where's the value? So this platform allows you this gateway of giving you one single stop. If you want to talk about agriculture, health, whatever it is, we can work across all of these agencies. And that's how IFA, the FAO, World Food Program, UNIDO, a number of partners have already engaged very closely with ASNET, and so have some of our bilateral and multilateral partners like the European Union. So what we did was created a common youth technical working group. Now this allows also a group that can engage directly on youth and adolescent working group. Why this is also important is because one of the areas that we thought is very useful is to avoid the fragmentation. One of the issues we've seen around youth initiatives, and of course you know that as well, is it's a bit like working with SMEs. How do you get your arms around thousands and thousands of initiatives that are happening if you want to get engaged with that sector? And you end up with various networks, and oftentimes you get multiple networks in the same sector as well. So how do we create convergence? And for that, one of the things that we felt is very useful is this principle of pooled funding for collective action. One thing that brings a lot of organizations together is pooled funding. So we created a multi-partner trust fund in New York for the SDG partnership platform. They just allowed me to raise funding globally, locally, across Africa. And now I have, if all the wrong-based agencies come together, a number of their partners come together, because now you have common collective action strategies and work plans where you basically leverage the competitive strengths of all your multi-stakeholders. And it's about pool funding and joint action. That allows ease for government also in engaging with many of the private sector partners, many of the multilaterals and bilaterals. Of course, we have the agriculture donor group, which I think IFA is chairing currently. But the important thing for us to really understand is that there is an opportunity to create the right kind of pooled funding for youth engagement. That will create convergence. But within the UN, I found that as soon as I created this platform with this MBDL, all the role-based agencies came together. They all have vertical reporting lines, we all have vertical reporting lines, but when you create a pooled fund, it actually creates much more synergy and participation across even the role-based agencies themselves. So in our platform now, the Minister for Agriculture co-chairs, the head of agriculture for the Council of Governors co-chairs, and the UN agencies are represented by IFA, the FAO, and the World Food Program on a rotating chairmanship basis. So in 2 days' time, the IFA hands over the World Food Program, and it's a rotating basis. So pooled funds, I think, are the way to go in many of these opportunities. And I'm happy to discuss this bilaterally with colleagues and see how we can co-create these solutions. And it's not just talk, because I'm delighted that after 3 days of SDG Financing Summit that we hosted with 200 participants over the last 3 days, we launched in the health sector the world's first adolescent sexual reproductive health development impact model. And we've unlocked $7 million from the SDG fund. We've got 3 investors coming in from $5 to $7 million in an investors window, in an outcome payers window. And they don't pay until they see the performance. The investors are guaranteed a return. So there are some creative financing tools that one will look at. Finally, I'd just like to say that a lot of the issues that affect youth are also around the uneven distribution of opportunities in Kenya. I'm going back to our Leave No One Behind index. So in the next 4 years, 2022 to 2026, in our new framework, we have a deliberate focus on flow investments and financing to places where the impact can be even greater than some of the traditional places that receive private capital. So how do you move investments into areas that technically are often seen as very bankable? And that's where we're working with the European Union, African Development Bank, Sweden, a number of bilaterals on de-risking and guarantee instruments. There are many out there, we have to utilize these opportunities. And I think there are ways of creatively doing this. But I think what we need is assets as an aggregator of all these partners is the perfect platform for us to find opportunities to curate and catch the kinds of investment and financing projects where we can see how they can also receive guarantees and de-risking instruments to move them to areas where hitherto private sector partners might not be able to tolerate the kind of risk they're looking for. So I apologize that this is not just about your usual, you mainstream youth and let's do Tibet and let's do this and that, because you've heard all that before. It's more about how do we converge, how do we bring economic and financial opportunities in order that we can unlock some work for you. So to summarize, I say, number one, enabling environment. Let's unlock these constraints in the enabling environment. We hear already from previous speakers, whether it's levies and taxes and incentives and the need for predictability of government policy beyond short-term political cycles. How do you create that predictability? So the enabling environment issues are very important. I congratulate ASNET because ASNET is really the first organization that's been able to have consistent periodic meetings jointly with the Ministry of Agriculture to actually unlock some incredible policy improvements already. During COVID, we saw those within the first few weeks of ASNET being established. And I think this is an area that is extremely important. How do you accelerate the flow of private capital? And what's holding back private capital in terms of the enabling environment? You've seen the new PPP Act, you've seen the amendment to the new PPP Act. We don't have a social enterprise act, so if I zero social impact. So how do you create a social enterprise act and approve it? There is actually a draft of the Social Enterprise Society of Kenya. How do you create a Foundations Act? Because currently foundations don't exist in Kenya. They're a figment of our imagination because I've been running one for 14 years. They are NGOs, they are trusts, they are societies, or they are companies limited by guarantee. So how do you create a Foundations Act to make sure those incentives are embedded into our regulatory system? How do you create convergence across all partners in the youth environment so that we are converging the kind of work they do and avoid the kind of replication and duplication of resources? How do we deepen skills training and absorption? Here I think for me what's really important is to co-create this with private sector right from inception. A lot of well-known do-gooders in the development industry, the NGO industry, have those wonderful capacity building and training programs, and all of us are guilty of it over the years. And then you find people go through this training, but they don't get jobs at the end of the day. What we need to do is we need to co-create with private sector. We need to work backwards from the market. And once private sector is involved, we give them the kind of training that private sector is looking for. There's no doubt they're going to get jobs right away. And internships and other opportunities can happen too. So let's make sure we co-create all the skills training, and this has to be really world-class training. We need to make sure that we don't do half-baked training. The next one is really thinking about big data innovation and technology. A lot of the projects that, for example, in primary healthcare in Kenya, just giving you another sector, we found with the study we did in McKinsey that though private sector was hesitant to invest in primary healthcare and they preferred to think about secondary, tertiary healthcare, PET scans and CAT scans, we unlocked a study that identified a $6 billion growth opportunity in Kenya for primary healthcare for private sector using big data innovation and technology. Given that study, we were able to unlock about $200 million of concrete projects that are actually moving along right now. In agriculture, we have a window that's looking at food and nutrition security, trying to do something similar, trying to identify where can we do that market development work, to identify very concrete opportunities that use big data, technology, and innovation, and there's no lack of partners. The Africa Diaspora Network in Silicon Valley is an extremely powerful network. They're a strategic partner. They're extremely excited to work with us. Then we create a diaspora fund that links to youth and agriculture, for example. The fourth one will be market development and having market development approaches. And this whole notion of cross-border trade is extremely important. The amazing efforts of Esther in creating the agriculture business consortium of East Africa allows trade to flow on a market-driven basis with hopefully governments simply creating a regulatory environment. Why this is important is because if you look at the percentages of regional trade compared to the kind of percentages of regional trade you see in other parts of the world, I think we are just scratching the surface here. And if government can give you the enabling environment and really let market forces flow, I think that's where you see, and that's perhaps the kind of thing that Chris will talk to you for hours about. This is something very passionate about. Finally, I'd just say that in terms of ecosystem building, we have created a finance investment network, which is very closely aligned to ESNET. It is with CAPSA Foundation, it is with the UN system, it is with a number of partners and government, and it has 5 parts. It has trade, investment, financing. Kenya at 60 to unlock investments like Dubai did recently. How do you unlock FDI? Kenya is a successful narrative, is actually trailing behind our neighbors on FDI. And finally, the impact investing Kenya financing networks and the SDG platform. So FinTriNet stands ready. I'm the deputy chair, CAPSA is the chair. FinTriNet stands ready to work with all of you as well, and there are very strong connections with SNET and FinTriNet. So I think I'll stop here, but I'll tell you that we are also creating a youth in enterprise forum. This is a platform that brings together all stakeholders in youth enterprise development and employment to drive youth engagement in the MSME sector. So you'll hear more about this from us very soon, but very happy to be here, and thank you for inviting me, and I'm sorry if I took a little longer than I had planned. If there are any queries or questions or clarifications, I'm around. I'm happy to engage with you. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, Adi. Thank you for taking us through that very comprehensive presentation, and especially unlocking blended finance to catalyze youth employment and entrepreneurship. We are going to break for tea very shortly, but I hope you can already see the intersection of our conversation. We are coming from a digital conversation, we are now looking at youth employment, and my question has been, as Tangendemo rightly one time asked me, why is it that we are struggling with youth that are very skilled, especially and tech savvy, and yet in agriculture we are lacking data? Can we have data scientists that are dedicated to the agriculture sector? If you Google, and he told me, even as we go for tea, when you check data science jobs, analytics scientists, business intelligence, opportunities even in Kenya, we have more than 5,000. Enterprises are looking for data scientists, data analysts, but we have a shortfall in the country. So, and from Angola's presentation, we have also brought out the issue of the importance of data. So can we look at that convergence as an entry point to start creating opportunity for the youth? And it is one of the highest paid jobs, not just nationally, even internationally. So when we unlock that opportunity, then we are also saying that, can we export data scientists, for example, to the other African countries? Because our problems are homogeneous. So if our agriculture sector needs data scientists, it's likely that other African countries will need the same. Food for thought. I wish to welcome you for that. Let's come back at 11:50. 15 minutes, please. We are having a bit of a slight change in the program, but it's well because we will need to cover all the subject matters that we have endeavored to address at the end of this summit. So I'd like to request that you settle down. You'll be starting off by a presentation from Ms. Waidera Gaido, Alternatives Africa, and then we resume the presentation from Waidera Gaido very briefly. Then we will go into a panel discussion that will cut across the areas that we have discussed: the cost of doing business, challenges of financing actions and digitization in the agriculture sector, and then mainstreaming of the youth. So the following discussants will be ready to take the podium once Waidera is done. We have Robert Maina Anston Young. We have Anthony Kioko, CPA. We have Franklin Agola, ATO. Dixon Kinudia, Fintrinet. Nixon Mageta, Abra. Vincent Marangu, Kopbank. And Shri. I repeat, the following discussants are going to take to the podium once Waidera's presentation is over. Robert Maina, Anston Young. Anthony Kioko, Cereal Brewers Association. We have Franklin Agola, ATO, Dixon Kinubia, Fintrinet, Nixon Mageka, Agra, Vincent Marabu, Kopbank, and Shri. This session is going to be moderated by the ASNET Vice Chair, Mrs. Jane Pidgin. I'd like to welcome Ms. Waidera Gaido, Executive Director, Alternatives Africa, to take us through her presentation briefly. Karibu sana Waidera.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. You know, they say that men and women communicate very differently, yeah? And that the girl just likes face-to-face kind of conversation. So I'm saying good morning and good morning. So I feel like I'm still on my own, yeah? So I will gently repeat it again. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the attention. Well, I'm very happy to be here today, and such great conversation, both enlightening and very, very enriching on the youth. And I am hoping that what I have to say will motivate, but at the same time spark maybe some what is called holy anger in you, and that together we'll be able to move the youth agenda in agriculture to the next level. So as Lydia said, my name is Waidera Gaido, and yes, my first job is as the Executive Director of Alternatives Africa, which is an accelerator as well as an aggregator for youth in enterprise, specifically the micro and small enterprises. But I do wear other hats. My other hat is as the Vice Chair of the KEPSA ICT and Youth Sector Board, as well as the co-chair of the ASNET Youth Forum. So I am here delighted to be representing the youth. It is important that I put the disclaimer that I am not a youth. I am not under 35. I am finally over 35. And why I say finally is because anytime I started doing what I do as a youth, and I kept on being told, you know, you young people don't understand. You know, you don't understand. So I was very happy when I crossed over, because now I was able to say, I understand, I am on your side, can we have the conversation we used to have, you know?
Yeah.
And actually, they listened. And I think that's the reason why I'm here today. So let's clap for them. I will not say them. So today I'm here to discuss with you about promoting youth in youth in enterprise, and I will share with you partially the journey that it has been particularly in the private sector business member organizations, that is both KEPSA and ASNET. And I would like to start with an appreciation. I can't remember every speaker's name, but much of what I have had here today, and that is very, very critical, is data. One of the challenges the youth sector has had, and before I even go on, pardon my manners, protocols observed, I want to say thank you to Jane Ige, who anyway is part of the appreciation I'm about to give, and of course to Agatha and to Winnie for this wonderful forum that they have organized. I was just telling my colleagues behind there that who knows, we better take photos because we might still be around for the 30th and 40th agricultural summit, and we will need to compare, you know, the friends. So thank you very much, ASNET. Your birth has made a difference, not just for Kenya, but also for Africa, and it's the reason why we are here today, and we look forward to many, many more. Back to my appreciation, which still includes the ASNET team, both the board and the management team. We have had a huge issue with data. If today I asked you for data on youth, most of us would speak about unemployment and employment. But if I ask you where are these youth? Yes, employment. How many in the formal sector? That is government, corporate sector, based on, you know, the various different sectors. How many are in the MSMEs? We don't know. So we know we have an unemployment challenge, but we don't know how to address it. We have the data, but we don't know what to do with it next. And I'll never forget one time running after someone who had spoken so well at a podium about youth, so passionately. And this gentleman looked me straight in the eye and asked me, my dear, who cares about the youth? And it was like a punch straight to my chest. I was caught off guard, and I didn't know what to tell him. Now, hardly want to be at a loss of words, but that day, I was at a loss of words. But it's good because it got me thinking, why did he care? Yet he had spoken so passionately about the youth. And I realized, because I've been in KEPSA now for about 8 years, I realized that the challenge was the how. Many people commit to the youth agenda, but they don't know how to plug in, you know? And so, at that time, architect Lee Karori was the foundation of, the chair of the KEPSA Foundation, and he had this concept, which Arif has well already mentioned. I'll tell you a little bit more about it, called the Youth in Enterprise Forum. And I went to him and I asked him, Lee, can we just stick something that is sector-based? Because I think people will be more interested if it adds value to what they are already doing. And based on that, I attended the first, actually it was the pre-launch meeting of structuring ASNET at Safari Park. And I stood up and I said, we have this platform that we are working on, the foundation, and it's called Therefore, and we are looking at a sector-based value chain approach. And guess what? I didn't need to approach anybody. Bwana Kabongo and PCK came and told me we have opportunities in the potato value chain for the youth. The gentleman, then I don't remember his name, heading the East African Tea Association, came and said we have opportunities for tea in the tea sector where they are for the youth. And I went back and I reported to Lee and I told him, I think it's working. But then now we moved to the next issue, which is what I was telling you, data. We had no data at all. Youth are just banked together as the unemployed. You know? And the next thing they're seen more as consumers more than producers. Yeah? So why would you bring a consumer to the table? Yeah? What's their purpose? You can do, you know, your data, market data out there. And that was the challenge. So we needed to now change this perception, not of the youth, but of policy makers and decision makers. But unfortunately, nobody listened. So I would go for meetings and I would say, okay, we have data on women in business. We have data on women in enterprise. And that's why they're able to make the kind of progress that they are making and they've made over the years. But we don't have on youth in enterprise. And I'd be told, no, we have a project on youth. And I would say, no. We are not talking about empowerment. We are not talking about the unskilled. We are not just talking about unemployment. We are talking about young people contributing to the GDP of this nation. Who are they? Where are they? Where do we find them? What are they doing? How are they doing it? What are the challenges that they are facing? And I was given a cold shoulder. And that has been the case until now. And that's the presentation I'm just about to show you. And that's why I want to appreciate, first and foremost, an organization by the name PASGA. And PASGA is the Partnership for Africa Social Governance Research. This organization chose to do a project on youth employment creation in agriculture and agro-processing. But they were not keen on the numbers. They were not looking for 5,000 youth, 10,000 youth as is the usual norm. They just said, no, let's pick 2 value chains and figure out what we will find there. And I think that the data I'm about to present to you is actually from those 2 value chains and from just 100 MSMEs. I want to say that it's because of the support of this organization and the consortium it formed with Alternatives and another organization called CABIT, which is the Center for Africa Bioentrepreneurship, that now we can finally say we have some data on youth in enterprise. Let's clap for them even though it's happening. And this data is already getting quite, or rather, getting quite some attention. Yeah? And I think we can go to the next slide so that you can see. And this did not happen, and this did not happen just with PASGA, but also with the KEPSA Foundation. This consortium was willing to plug into YEFO because YEFO is yet to be launched, but it's a KEPSA platform that brings together all stakeholders in youth enterprise development and employment creation for mutual benefits. Yeah? Whether it's impact or profit, but for mutual benefit. And they said they would plug in as research stakeholders. So we were able to do this in partnership with KEPSA. And then of course, if you're doing something in agriculture, you need a BMO in agriculture. I cannot tell you. Words are not enough to say the kind of support that ASNET has given to this particular project. I remember one time talking to Agatha. I did not even know she was going to come to Nyandarua. But it was early in the morning, it was 4 or 5 a.m. And she was on the road, on the way to Nyandarua for a youth forum on potatoes. Of her own volition, I didn't even ask her. I mean, what? Please, I know she's somewhere around here, I can't see her, but please let's give her a round of applause. And so we have felt the support so much. And as you can see, MPCK kept their word. Mr. Washira did not later tell me who cares about the youth, you know. He actually kept his word, and we actually even formed a platform within KEPSA we call the Potato Crew on the potato value chain. So I just wanted to appreciate the partners, that is KEPSA, PASGA, and of course ASNET. One would wonder why, but it's because it's taken years for us to get someone to say we will do something, some research, evidence-based research on youth in enterprise. And for us, that means a lot. Now, I will say the details of what the project was about. What I really wanted to show you is the milestones that we have made in KEPSA with regard to the youth. Mostly because KEPSA mirrors the government ministries. Youth was under the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Youth, And so in KEPSA, that was the Gender and Youth Sector Board. Now youth has moved to the Ministry of ICT. But when I joined KEPSA as a young female entrepreneur, we did not have any youth agenda per se. But when I listened to the women, they were so organized, as I mentioned earlier, and I realized what they had was an institutional framework. Now, one thing I love about God is that somehow He gives you a dream, and then He gives the dream to so many other people, somehow orchestrates a way that you will converge and meet to make it happen. That's what happened in that sector board, and that's what's been happening to date. And so, in 2017, we had the establishment of at least a subcommittee. In 2021, we had the establishment of a semi-autonomous youth subsector board, that is what now sits within the ICT and youth sector board. And then we had this pilot that we are talking about, the success evidence-based pilot of youth in enterprise in agriculture, which has been going on for the last 2 years and is now actually at the tail end. And then just a few weeks ago, we held a meeting that we called Policy to Practice, how we transition policy to practice through the private sector. And that is still ongoing based on certain commitments that were made. Some of these commitments that were made was the chair of KEPSA industry committed to mainstream youth, the youth inclusion agenda to all KEPSA sector boards, but she went further and promised to explore a mango-flavored tea so that she can also be an off-taker of mangoes from young entrepreneurs in that sector. Let's clap for her. That is Madam Flora Motani. And then we also had the KEPSA Foundation immediate former chair commit to the launch of Year 4, which will happen in the next 100 or so days right after elections. And the UN SDG platform, which you had Arif mention, committed to co-create the Year 4 systems and structures for the next 3 years. Let's clap for them too. So this is a big thing, and these are huge milestones in the youth space. Because as you can see, I'm standing here congratulating and not complaining, right? Most of the time, we talk a lot about the challenges, but now we can say we are making some steps, and we are not making them alone. We are making them together with everybody else. So I just wanted to show you some information from this particular, as I rush, from this particular research. The research sample was 100 MSMEs from West Pokot, Makueni, and Nyandarua. As you can see, the age sample of the SMEs, most of them were less than 5 years and between 5 and 10 years. Activities of the MSMEs along agribusiness value chains, production, understandably, was the largest. I will not mention, I'm sure you can see clearly. But production was where most of the activities were, but as you can see, services, where professional services fall, was the least. And yet professional services are what gives system and structure to most businesses. So that is an important point to note. And the saddest of it all was this particular slide on membership in business association. Over 79% were not members of any business association, which then shows why we have some challenges, because then we have very little organization and structure among the youth. And that is what GEARFO plans to sort out. Some of the key technologies and innovations by MSMEs was technologies in farm inputs, new grafting technology. But as you can see, at the end, as Lydia mentioned, is access to big data for planning. That's the list that we have, and that's an area that that's a gap that we can look at to fill. Means of business transaction, most of the transactions were either through mobile payment or cash, which already shows that those are the systems that are being seen as effective and efficient. Then of course basically we discussed challenges of the potato and mango value chains. I'll spare you the details and the recommendations that were given for this. And some of these recommendations are the ones that came out as commitments in this meeting that we had a few weeks ago. Now, this is one of my favorite slides right now because this is the only slide I know of as of now where the youth are seated and the senior members of society are rallying behind them. So we were very excited about this. So this is what we are promoting, something called Intergenerational Partnerships, whereby we are saying, look, we understand the handicaps of youth. Top 3. 1, exposure, experience, and networks. And those can only be gained with time, you know. But the youth have ambition, they have dreams, aspirations, they have time, they have energy. Now, when we go to this other side, our senior members of society, they don't have time. They feel they're already here, they're tired. They have decided what I have managed to get now is enough, you know. But you're here. But there's that zeal that you know, I'm tired. I'm getting tired. You know, I am not going to say what Chris Wilson has been telling me. I will spare him. You know. But you have experience, you have exposure, and you have the networks. Yeah. And more often than not, you have the factors of production. You have the capital, you have the land, etc. So why don't we come together and work together? So instead of passing on the baton, how about we share it for a while, and then you pass it on? Yeah? That way, knowledge, skills, talent, factors of production, experience, networks, and exposure is passed on to the next generation, which still depends on the senior members of society and captains of industry as their agents, not just of change, but also of motivation and experience and of knowledge. The rest is just, so this is a slide to show intergenerational partnerships. You can see very deep conversations. And young entrepreneurs speaking for themselves. And as you can see, these are members of KEPSA and the UN focusing on these presentations and presentation. So this was the first meeting, by the way, where we had all the chairs of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA Industry, KEPSA Foundation, Kenya Daima, ASNET, we had the Vice Chair attend, we had the GM, as you saw, we had Ben Roberts, we had the UN very well represented by Sari, and of course the Office of the President based on the program on Generation Unlimited. They all came, and we appreciate that because that's a show of commitment. That's why I titled my conversation today, Appreciation. So, as I conclude, we realize that if you look at the ASTGS, the strategy, Kenya has identified over 100 value chains. And these have been identified and aligned to income potential and dietary diversity, agroecological and competitiveness, and national priorities. However, of the 100, the ones with the highest production value are tea, livestock, and flowers. I mean, some of these value chains have been sold pre-colonial Kenya. And we have 100 value chains. In other words, when you look at a value chain from production to market linkages, the number of jobs that can be created in those 100 value chains are infinite. They are actually subject to simply creativity and innovation. But we still have those three. What's my challenge to this summit? we have to explore the other 97. We cannot continue discussing conversations on dairy, tea, coffee, and horticulture that was set up by the colonialists. Why? Because they took time to map out those value chains, create systems and institutions around them, which we are still dependent on to this date. And we still have 97 other value chains. Now, one of the greatest challenges I'm going to mention, because Arif mentioned so many others, one of the greatest challenges we have is that many partners are looking for organizations purely with systems and structures that can absorb the funding. But when it comes to development work, the impact part of it requires heart. It requires somebody who cares, not just the money bit. And so my challenge to development partners and investors is that even as we look for systems and structures, if you come across organizations that have heart, they may not have the systems and structures yet. But how about investing in those local institutions and building their systems, structures, and processes? Because they already have the most important thing, which is heart. And the reason why I'm saying that is that we cannot solve decade-old and century-old problems with 5-year strategies. It cannot happen. Because those problems have been there for too long. And so they will take time, not just to relearn, or rather not just to learn, but there are things we need to unlearn, relearn, and that takes time. And that takes organizations that are committed at the local level. So my request is that even as we are looking for organizations, that we don't just focus on governance structure. Let's also focus on the impact. And we must also realize that when it comes to impact, it takes patience. It's not something that just happens overnight. And so that is my challenge to the team and to everybody here today. The team, I mean the ASNET team. We are here looking at private sector investment. Invest not just money. Invest time. Invest time in the youth. These statistics I've shown you are from youth in Makueni County, West Pokot, and Nyandarua. This country has 44 other counties that we haven't had. Please invest in research on youth in enterprise. Let's find out where they are. What are their challenges? What are the gaps? Where are the opportunities, and how can they explore these opportunities? Once again, thank you very much, ASNET, for this marvelous and wonderful summit. I hope I have caused some, what does it say? I've thrown some spanners, in the works, but I hope that you're equally motivated. Thank you very much.
Let's give her a better round of applause. In a room full of leaders to stand and articulate issues that are very thorny and that are very controversial. But that is what we require. If we are going to transform the sector, then we need to make very bold decisions and undo what has set us on a path that is very, quote-unquote, sometimes appears very progressive. So now we get to an exciting moment to reflect, to have thoughts that are cross-cutting. Because have we asked the question, a lot of times in advocacy I've had the question come up, the government operates in silos. But when you look at the reporting for the SDGs by the Ministry of State Department of Planning, at the high-level political forum in New York every year in July, When we reported, the last time I participated, Ambassador Kuriatani said that Kenya is using the whole of government approach in terms of reporting for the SDGs. So, how many enterprises represented here have aligned their work or their businesses to achieving the SDGs? How many are reaching out across, beyond their areas of expertise and experience to ensure that we are not leaving anyone behind? So this panel discussion is going to be a cocktail of the things we've discussed since morning. So we are looking at the cost of doing business. We are looking at digitization, and we are looking at mainstreaming the youth. Is there a way we can cocktail everything, throw everything into one pot, and accelerate private sector investments? So to help us do this, I will invite Mrs. Jane Gige and her able panel of discussants. I'd like to invite Mr. Marangu, the Cooperative Bank. There is Mr. Bashir Nick Mageka from Agra. There is Shri. There is Okula International. There is there's Robert. I hope Robert has not left. Anston Young. He brought us quite a star in the morning with the cost of doing business statistics. Yes. There are several key panelists. I wish to welcome you on stage. Thank you, Frankie. You are my friend. Vera, come and please sit for Kenya. So that we temper the panel. It's very male-dominated. A dash of female essence is going to bring some sort of balance. Thank you very much, gentlemen. So from the extreme, we have Dr. Ndemo Karibusana Fitrinet. We have Mr. Marang from Cooperative Bank. We have Franklin Ogola, ATO. We have Nick Mageka Accra. We have Vera from Kenya. And we have Shri from Kuza International. I wish to welcome you immediately to take us through this session. Good morning, everyone. I haven't had the chance to do that today, and it's wonderful to see all of us back here again to see how much further we can go in terms of delving deeper into our issues. I'm going to do one of those things that very often when one gets a mic like this, they take advantage to also impose themselves on a situation. And I would really like to invite two people onto the podium. I know it's a big group, but I think the job we're about to do is very important. I'd like to invite two people, and one of those is Arif. Kindly join the panel, because I think there will be plenty of questions in terms of your presentation, but also insights. And then Waidera, you do not cause the kind of furore that you just caused. You don't expect to get away without any questions. So kindly come forward. And I like one of the statements that Harvey always makes, which is leaving no one behind. And that's why we are creating more room here so that we leave no one behind.
Thank you very much. So just to help us recollect and bring us to one page we had a heavy morning is the Degradation. I'd just like to invite the panelists to give us just one statement. The number one statement in terms of the come from what they represent, so that we come on one page and then we are able to go together. Because remember, this is really the essence of the discussion we've had today, because one of the things that we expect to hear, or the key things we expect to hear is, so where do we go from here? We've had what has been done, we've had challenges, we've had some ideas in terms of how to move forward, and we've had some difficult questions to put to us. So where do we go? So what? And given the fact that ASMES has another one whole year, call you back here to do an assessment of what we've done with ourselves, I'd like to just start by giving you all an opportunity to say one statement to begin with before we get onto the floor, so that we can get the insight from the floor as well. Can I start from that end, please? Just a brief introduction of yourself and
okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Demo. I represent an organization called Internet. I'm the CEO. And Internet is a partnership project promoted by the Education Capital University, KEPSA, International Commerce and Industry, sector, and from where we sit, we are provide a platform where you can lean on with access to the facilities in terms of funding, in terms of investment, in terms of trade. We are here to support you and bring you this.
Thank you very much. I do hope by the end of this session, there will be a lot more applications on your table that we have seen, despite the challenges in terms of the back office work, that we need to bring them to the kind of level that they need to be at. But here we are, we've been given an opportunity to listen to where the money is coming from. He's putting his mouth where the money is. And all he's saying is, give me a bankable proposal. That's all he's saying.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen. My name is Vincent Marango, working with Cooperative Bank of Kenya, and the director in charge of the Cooperative Bank Division. You're aware that the Cooperative Bank is a dominant Kenyan bank, the largest bank in Kenya. We have our foundation, having been started by cooperatives who are basically drawing membership from farmers. So from our founding, we were a farmers bank. Now the last stage is a fully commercial bank with a reverse banking model, but we haven't lost our footing. We still continue to work with farmers, smallholder farmers, who they are cooperative mostly, and agribusiness practitioners in the country. We are here to see areas where we can partner, to see how we can de-risk financing of agriculture more, so that all banks can have appetite to support farmers. Thank you.
So by the end of this discussion, we should be able to hear from the cooperative bank as an example of the other, standing in for the other banks. After today's discussion, what lessons will he take back to the KBA in terms of, so at what kind of rates would they consider deploying their capital to the agriculture sector, given the fact that we have taken care of risk 1, 2, 3, and 4, and especially because the central bank recently agreed that you could now play around with interest rates, and we're hoping that as we play around with the interest rates, we will actually be going down and not up. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, once again. I'm Franklin Agola. I'm active advisor at the Agricultural Transformation Office. The ATO is a coordinating unit within the ministry, basically to ensure that the ASDGs is implemented. And so I work with the digital unit to drive the flagship on data and innovation.
those of us who are tech savvy. You saw the presentation. But that does not mean those of us who are not should not jump onto this bandwagon. We've got a lot of support, a lot of promises. They can break down, they can debunk that language for what most of us in this room can consume. Those of us who are out of the bracket.
Good afternoon. Nixon is the chair of the team. I work with the clients of Commercialization in Africa, Accra, as a senior program officer in China Group of Africa. As you know, Accra, we believe in the dream that Africa can feed itself, and not only itself, but for also feed the world. We have all the conducive environment to grow agriculture in Africa, and what we have been doing is to identify partners, and I'm glad that the people here are partnering with us to ensure that agriculture really works for smallholder farmers, and that we and one of the strengths that we have with this partnership is collaboration, because we know agriculture is more independent, and therefore we leverage the partners to really push the agenda for agriculture in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Accra has been a very key supporter of the work that we do, but also beyond our work, we have seen your footprint in very many places, and indeed, we need to feed our 50 million people in this country and beyond. And I don't want to take too much time to say this, but I was challenged by my visits to the last 10 days. Country of 1.4 million, feeding every citizen in the country, being able to put coupons to those who can't afford, and producing surplus, despite the fact that it is. I don't know yet whether this is something that we shall hear as we go forward. How can we aspire to get that level of structured production, structured trade, structured delivery of services? Because that is what we say. I think somebody said we have the farmers are ready to do the farming, we have the farms. Kenya is supposed to have the largest small-scale growers component in Africa. It's a huge opportunity, but it's also a challenge. So how we can actually use what we have in terms of protecting our productivity so that we can reach the height of the examples that we have just cited. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Vera Uchini from the Intergenerational Partnerships. I serve in the capacity of agricultural economist, providing technical assistance to the CEO as well as member services. KENOP is a member-based umbrella organization for farmers. What we do is representation, articulating, protecting and promoting the interests of Kenyan farmers. This we do in Kenya, in PAFO, the Pan-African Farmers Organization, and the World Farmers Organization. Our core mandate is to represent, protect, articulate and promote the interests of Kenyan farmers by creating, co-creating with industry players that bring policy, institutional framework that works for Kenyan farmers. Thank you.
Strong statement. Strong statement from the lady. And in the room, this is really our core business. This is our core business. And we just have that all your members can actually access funding, can access technical support, can access loans. So why are your farmers not feeding all of us 50 million? And that's a challenge I'll throw to you, to all of us actually, to see how we deal with these gaps. And I keep saying that the market we have, the farmers we have, the professionals, the people who know, are the ones who are missing gap that stops us from working with Kenya and working with those that are holding the baskets of money.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the odd man out here. A serial and a social entrepreneur. I'm the co-founder and the chief mentor of Kuza Biashara. Kuza Biashara is a private sector social enterprise creating opportunities for youth, women and small business owners on their terms, at their own convenience, at scale. A lot of buzzwords I'm using. Fundamentally what we are doing is we are actually creating a bottoms-up revolution. And the way we are revolutionizing the resilience of smallholder farmers is by empowering, whether you very nicely articulated that people have to relearn. I would actually refer to Andy Loper, who once said, the illiterate of the 21st century is the one who is not willing to learn, relearn and unlearn. So we are currently operating on a model called the PPP model, private, public, youth platform. We are actually designing everything by having youth in the middle. We are going into rural areas, incubating the rural youth through a very structured program called READY, Rural Entrepreneur Development Incubators, and connecting them to the markets, connecting them to like a cooperative bank, connecting them to like Jimmy's here, Yara's, and all these things we are doing in a very systematic fashion and leveraging the strength of the youth at the core. Thank you.
Very much. That is a practitioner in the space of the youth, and it will be very wonderful to see how we can answer the concerns that they have put so elegantly before ourselves using your model and others. Whether we heard from you, but as we come to the end of this middle of the day, what would you really put forward in terms of, listen to all of us here, what would you want to pick and take back what you do on a daily basis? Got the bank, got the facilitators, got the music, got the technology. Thank you very much. I think I will summarize it as we do in alternatives because it's all represented here, which is business policy, money, markets, and we have machinery. Simply because much of our harvest for many value chains is between, the post-harvest losses are between 20 and 50%. We cannot afford to continue ignoring value addition. And with value addition comes the need for machinery. With machinery, it's capital intensive, so you need money. And the person giving you money, as Victor will very well ably tell you, is the assurance that you can pay back, so you need a market. And of course, we cannot ignore ICT, the efficiency, whereby the world has been shrunk to a small gadget, and we cannot afford to have the youth in, whether it's Wajir or Kilifi or Kakamega, being disadvantaged simply because they don't have access to data, or technology. So I think I look forward to hearing how can we be able to have affordable, accessible, and sustainable machinery, money, markets, and of course, ICT. Yes. Oh, another thing that I would really, really love to hear about, and if there are young people watching, I'm sure many of them would love to hear this, is water and energy as enabling factors for agriculture. We really need to sort that out.
Water and energy. I was just looking up to see where Lydia was sitting, because she would be very quick to say, and climate change. And I also would like to add on to that an issue which we very often don't confront today, which is governance. I know you said that when we're looking at the internet union, let's not focus so much on the strategy and the experience, but the one thing that derails our business, the one thing is governance. It doesn't matter what level, you can instill governance, any level. Thank you very much for your fantastic and ambitious potential ideas in terms of how you are going to assist the funding of this business in agriculture. Let's just call it business in agriculture, because those are because the valuation of logistics that will enable us really into funding this agriculture from a very high level. How do you calculate that to the level of Kenya and ensure that we have encompassed all this capacity which is in the room and beyond, and even on the screen? We have the capacity. What is the binding thread that we can use to ensure that all the endeavors of this here are captured and put into production?
Thank you very much. And I think all the speakers have very eloquently identified all various issues and opportunities, so I don't need to repeat those. But I think for us, first of all, just to think about some principles. The first principle is partnerships. I repeat that because it's critical that we converge. We're not an island unto ourselves. You've seen the kind of competition we have globally, the kind of competition we have Africa-wide, the kind of competition we have even regionally. If we really are to succeed, we need to come together, we need to really put our best foot forward, we need to work together. That means connectivity. How do we converge? And when I say converge, you need sort of the kind of SNET type platforms to really drill down and make sure that we all work together. We bring the best of what you do and we identify our top, let me say 5, not even 50, top 5 challenges that are holding us back. If it's enabling environment, what are the top 5 issues in the enabling environment? If it's financing, where are the top impediments in financing? If it's around capacity and human resources, where are the top 5 issues around capacity building, particularly to bring business into the fold? If it's around ensuring market distribution, market forces, export hubs and the like, let's identify those. And a lot of work is already happening and the experts are all here. So what Fintrinet, for example, is trying to do, or what SNET is trying to do, or even the SDG platform I run is trying to do, is really to try and be an ecosystem. To say, folks, we are here, let's bring all these issues together, let's converge. So that's the first principle. I think the second principle is really to think about what we are working in is an environment where we need to be world-class in our approaches. We need to be thinking about big data, innovation, technology in a way that we are world-class. Those days are gone when we wait and try to learn something from somewhere else in the world and then we try and duplicate it, replicate. Those days are gone. So we really need to have the highest standards. And when we do the highest standards, it starts with us. Because that's the only way we maintain our competitiveness. Thirdly, I think we need to really explore markets in our own region. We need to buy Kenya and build Kenya. When I walk around the
Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank you for a very good summit. I wish that our national media was here today, but I think we are a subverted country where we go for the politicians rather than coming where the real issues are, and we shall forgive ourselves for that. First, it is on the issue of digital. My question comes to the question of digital. How is it going to create, because I'm very passionate about job creation, how is the massive transfer to digital platforms going to hamper job opportunities in the country? For example, I wonder whether if we introduce drones in the agricultural sector, whether that could actually reduce the number of job opportunities among young people, because my interest basically is about creating jobs. And then my sister talked about colonial stuff, agriculture, systems that are very colonial, stuff like that. But I don't know whether we got independence or we lost independence in 1963. Because if Lord Delamere and Lord Egerton would be able to feed the entire country, I don't know whether we are feeding ourselves, because that is the next question I wanted to ask. Is Kenya food secure? Are we food secure? Because, and if we are, perhaps, or if we are not, what is the deficit? The food deficit. Because is it possible that we can feed ourselves? Are we having 3 square meals? Because it's a shame that myself, look at me, I think my body mass index has a problem somewhere. Are we eating enough? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm just looking at the clock. And, how much more time do we have for this session? So I understand I'm standing between you and lunch. We have 20 minutes to go. So I will invite another question, and please let me be brief, so that we can make the best use of that 20 minutes. One more question. Oh yes, the lady, of course. The lady. I think coming up here also,
the president has been said.
It gives you a chance to stretch.
Since the president has been said, why do I want to be asked to drop
Give them my phone.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mistila Karobia. I'm in the insurance industry. I provide services to the smallholder farmers. And I'm very sorry I missed yesterday's session afternoon when you talked about insurance. I have a question for Agora. There are many questions we could ask, but I'll ask you specifically because I'm interested in, your presentation was very interesting and very educative, and my big question was on the e-voucher. E-voucher is a nice thing, and because it was loaded with the inputs and the insurance. However, I'd like Agora to tell me and us as a whole what you're doing in terms of making it sustainable. Because the e-voucher makes the fertilizer people go to the farmers. As insurance people, we go to the farmers. The input, the seeds, and all those other things, the herbicides, go to the farmer separately. Is there a plan for you to incorporate and convert these services through that e-voucher by bundling them? That's all I can ask for now. Otherwise, I wanted to ask you, but I'll ask you when they're ready.
Thank you very much. There was another question. Let me start with the young man, with all due respect to my colleagues.
Good afternoon, everyone. I sometimes misbehave in value. I love the name young man because we are talking about it. Thank you. So, agriculture is an electric tower. These are not my words, but just a product of 844 system. All dogs cannot be taught nutrients. Who are the active farmers in Kenya? Mr. Ali talked about an average age of 60 as the common age of farmers, active practicing farmers in Kenya. So, this brings us back to the question, how do we involve youth in this sector? And that question goes to Mr. Adi. Number two, 70% of agriculture students in the university come from subsistence backgrounds. But did you know that students pursuing agriculture have their agriculture excellence? And that is what keeps us as beyond classes to burn the midnight oil to change this act. And Mr. Adi passionately talked about attitude. Our research shows us that this influence is from their background. Farmers are telling their kids, kijana wangu soma usikuwe mkulima kama nini? Mimi. But we need to confront food security. There is no way we can confront food security without science. And scientists are the youth currently. But the youth doing agriculture as a science do not have agriculture. How do we ensure that this narrative is changed? Brain, agriculture students are learning to drive Uber in town. Driving costs you at most 1 month to learn and get certified as a Kenyan driver. But then your scientific course takes you 4 years. So you take 4 years to get into a 1 month sector. Mr. Ali, it gets back to you. Market information and exposure. Madam Waide. Market information and exposure. It is so sad that a student in third year pursuing an agricultural course cannot even mention 5 agricultural institutions. That is the state that we are in. But even if they can mention this institution, they can't tell you what these institutions are doing in the market to help the farmers and to develop agriculture. It's that bad. Exposure. Madam Maria, it gets back to you. Because they more or less know what we are doing. So I have to challenge this to her. Youth are not exposed to the industry players a lot, and then they don't even have the information or support systems that the industry players are trying to give. I can categorically work inside the University of Nairobi where I am a graduate, but then I'm sure close to 99.99% won't tell you what can happen. It is that bad.
I think we are running a lot.
Yes. Lastly,
I don't want to cut you short at all. I just want to ask you to hasten.
All right. Not last but second. I usually talk. Yeah, I usually talk a lot, but you'll forgive my manners for now. I want to see you next time. But yesterday we talked about land degradation. We use a lot of fertilizers, but the output is so limited. Do you know that the people responsible for this, for land systems, are rain management students? A course that currently has 0 students within the University of Nairobi. What about them? What about them? They have no students pursuing this course, which means it's either we support each other in this sector or we brace ourselves for very, very worse situations. Mr. Arif and Madam Waidera, back to it.
Last week.
Digitalization and farm mechanization is a key. Mr. Agola, yeah. What are you at least trying to do to engage youth in farming and at least incorporate you to help you drive your course in the event that you need to establish big data? For the skepticism that you are talking about, that farmers do not want to give their data, it is not their fault. They started farming when this thing was not there. So any new thing in the market, they can't resist it to it. The people who can help you know this are the youth. So it's either we want youth in farming, or we talk and talk and talk and talk. And they will also talk and talk and talk, and there will be no response, there will be no action, and then we will still keep talking about food security. It is sad. He asked if Lord Delaware and Rhodes woke up today, what would be the situation? But these people used to feed the country long before. We are 60 years into independence, and there's nothing to show. If I mess, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, and
Thank you very much.
I want to invite that young man to come and have a discussion with ASNET, so that in the next summit, some of the questions that he has put to this panel, he can actually come and update us in terms of the experience that we have gone through over the years. So that's a challenge to you as well, as much as you throw the challenge to this end. You're very welcome to come and sit with ASNET and to see how and where we can address those issues together. You obviously have a lot of knowledge, experience, and aspirations for the youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a very brief one for Franklin Agola. I did want to ask you something very briefly when you gave us the digital transformation roadmap. And you did mention that the big data center is going to be covered. It's going to host this big data center. I was just wondering, frankly, how can, for example, the crop insurance company access some of this data, even as you are coming up with modalities for governance over this very important area? And because I believe, it will take a while before you come up with those governance structures. I believe if these insurance companies, for example, can access this information in some way, the crop insurance will be enjoyed by many more smallholders. Is there anything that can be put in place in the meantime to make sure that this data, this big data, is accessible to some of these key stakeholders? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I see two very urgent hands over here, and then we'll take some answers to the questions that have come forward.
Thank you. Partners that have presented. I just have some observation that I think that to do with Madam Moijaro was cultivated by your concern about lenders who are just concerned about their system structures. And you are wondering how they could go beyond that and maybe nurture what is in existence. What I have in mind is, for instance, the bank, you are here, in Pinterest, you are here. Do you do research from concrete conditions before you set up your customer conditions? For instance, in the villages, there is syndicated economy, there is rotational table banking, there is rotational table funding, and these are systems that actually are enabling people to survive, even without going to the banks. But when the banks come in, they're being risk-based, banking system. Their conditionalities are such that most of these people cannot access, your banks. Why don't you begin? And I know in Africa there are several countries that are going to where the people are, starting off with their own banking, borrowing systems. That is a concern to me, that sometimes it's just a question of knowledge. That some of us begin from high up, and yet we want to deal with people down there. So there's that disconnect, there's that disarticulation. I just want to share an experience from the sugar industry where I work. Sometime around 2001, we agitated for the establishment of a sugar law. And in this sugar law, I lobbied up to the Agriculture Committee, having been a former member of Parliament in the 90s, to establish a Kenya Sugar Board. And within this Kenya Sugar Board, we set up also a funding mechanism for the industry, where farmers will access loans for their crop development, inputs, etc. Millers will access loans for their crop maintenance. There was also some mechanism for access to money for road infrastructure. Briefly, what I'm putting across is that maybe within the value chains, the bankers or financial institutions think of an articulated system throughout the value chain instead of just dealing with this articulated. And that's why I think Mr. Arif said, let us create a platform that is all inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, she's passed it on. We are picking up all the questions that are coming from the floor. We have very and none of these questions will go out of the scrutiny of last name. So this will be our last question, and then we can give our panel a chance to respond. Dr. Professor.
Madam Chair, I'm John Delito, the Chairman of the National Protocol Council of Kenya, and also in the Technical Advisory Committee of Assessment. And mine is a comment, because we were here last week ourselves on potato exhibition, and of course without putting much, there is a very important saying of Kwame Nkrumah. He says, "Seek ye first the political kingdom." We were in the commanding level last week, and maybe I also repeat what he said, that as a team here, and even last week when we were with farmers, he tried to say that this is the time to influence the policies in agriculture. I'm sure I've seen Ketra meeting key people in political groups, and the better we do that in various forums, because whatever part of the value chain that we are dealing with, until it is captured for your benefit, and you air your views so that you'll be able to engage even after it is the right time to engage, whichever it is the actor of a value chain. I know I've driven for the last 10 years the potatoes as a chef, but at the same time, we have built some regulations, and we have even evidence for policies that we have built, because I did work with BSF. But the most important, of course, with regulations and policies is implementation. We got policies 2019, but the aggressiveness of the people who implement policies must be very aggressive in our systems. Madam Chair, those are my comments.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now let's give a chance to the panelists to respond. My friends in this side of the room. I am looking at the clock and I'm thinking that it will take no more than 1 minute to respond. As I said, we have picked up the questions. We may not answer all of them in this particular space, but we shall definitely look at them. And I'd like you to look at it from the perspective of your expectation of your institution, but also of the ASMA as it is. So may I start on this end with Arif? The question that came your way, Arif. Give you 1 minute.
Sure, thank you very much for those questions. I think the ones that I picked up was, there was this one about how do we motivate youth to join agriculture. Farmers are 60 years old, 19 years old, yeah. And I think there are kind of, shall I say, clear incentives that one can highlight, and one needs to disseminate these incentives. One thing that is that youth are amazing when it comes to innovation and technology. That attracts them all the time. Today's agriculture requires innovation, technology, digitization. That's the way we are. This is the digital generation. Some of us analog generation guys are phasing out. How do we make sure that innovation is driven as an incentive for you to join agriculture? I've seen young people manage all kinds of greenhouses and all kinds of interesting initiatives on their mobile phones. So they're controlling temperature, they're controlling humidity, they're controlling spraying, they're controlling things on their mobile phones. So the technology is with us, and in Kenya is very tech savvy. Number two, enterprise. Why enterprise? Because when we grew up, we were brainwashed to say success means you wear a silk suit, a silk tie, you're a CEO, and you're a wonderful office. But those days have gone. Today, success is, having the freedom to create jobs, not look for jobs. That's enterprise. That's the power of enterprise. So it's about, how do young people get into enterprise, and that's the incentive. And there's money to be made in agriculture. There's serious money to be made if you're smart. Number three, understand the scope of agriculture. Agriculture is not just to put mark on the ground. Agriculture is the entire value chain. So one can get into, inputs, production, extension services, insurance, finance, processing, value-add processing. We've been a bit, I must say, I'll use the word backward in selling raw commodities to the rest of the world over the last 57 years and making 5 cents on the dollar. I've had tea that's decapped in other parts of the world. Kenyan tea come back to us, and the farmer gets 5 cents on the dollar. It's about time we think about all these value opportunities, post-harvest loss, exports, etc. So I think there are some real incentives if we can think about those, but there's also, the young man made a very good point, there's behavior change. There's a culture, a sea of culture, but why agriculture is important, is sexy, and is meant for the young people. I think Esther can think about developing a campaign, a movement around why agriculture is the opportunity for youth, and why it's actually prestigious and dignified to actually be a successful entrepreneur in agriculture. So I think that's some homework you've given us all to think about, and you should be part of that. Last quick ones, and I'm just giving you an example because when the first infection of COVID came, we launched the National Business Compact for COVID with a number of private sector partners. And within a few weeks, we reached 10 million people on behavior change communication campaigns, TV, radio, billboards, and we saw a huge improvement in the number of wash conditions. Food security, there was I don't know if you guys got it, but Oxfam, 17th May 2022, and you can Google this. I just told Sri about this morning. Oxfam said between Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia, every 48 seconds, one person dies in the whole of Africa. Kenya, Somalia, Ethiopia. This is not about some countries out there, in the desert. It's Kenya, Somalia, Ethiopia. Every 48 seconds, one person dies. So when you talk about food insecurity, we have a serious issue. There's almost 10 to 23 million people who, in the last 1 year, become very food insecure, and extreme hunger is about 3.5 million people. I'll stop there. I had comments about the financing as well, but let me stop there.
Maybe just to
one shot.
One of the things that I think came out very clearly from the young man is the issue of curriculum. I think we need also to relook at our curriculum because as we move to 40 industrial revolution, I think one of the things that our institutions have not been very good at is also moving with the times. The other day I was talking to a lecturer at the University of Nairobi, and he was at the University of Nairobi in 1982, and he has come back as a lecturer. And one of the things they were talking about is what the same generation is not. So he was like, look, we need to review our curriculum. What Arif is talking about is something that we need to pick up. Maybe very quickly also speak to the policy issue, because one of the strengths that we have in Accra is engaging with government, and we know that agriculture cannot be really done without creating an environment to help you and others grow in this space. So engaging government, right, like you say, is one of the strengths that we have to, create enabling environment for agriculture to thrive. And that includes also looking at digital agriculture adoption of digital agriculture and policies that will enable such technology to thrive, because in agriculture, this technology is currently new. It's not like the other sector, fintech and so forth, which we have experienced a lot of growth in terms of technology, but digital agriculture is still young and growing. That's why we're seeing a lot of experimental pilots in this area. But yes, I think the strength of everything that we do is engagement with government to create that environment.
Thank you very much. I think this is pointing to the fact that maybe this summit should not be once a year. There's a lot to be done and a lot of interest. Very quickly, Wendera, watching that clock.
Yes. I think to summarize much of the questions that you have asked, what we need for youth is institutional frameworks within existing organizations for the youth. So if I give you an example, for example, right now ASNET is working in partnership in Accra on the, what is it called, CAPER, which is the country agribusiness program framework, and youth have strongly been mainstreamed into that, and we are ensuring that there will be an institutional framework that will work towards the exposure and the experience and the networks of the youth, right from university, or let's say from education to the higher level, whether it's private sector, captains of industry, more experienced farmers, etc. Of course, KEPSA is now about to launch the Youth in Enterprise Forum that will bring together all stakeholders in agriculture, or rather in youth employment creation and enterprise development, regardless of the sector, whether it's development, government, or private sector. And as Alternatives Africa, we have created an ecosystem that includes a circle for youth, a Young Entrepreneurs Association, an agro hub, and a policy platform, which is probably the most popular, called the Youth Economic Dialogue, where we advocate on candidly and bring together the public, private sector, and young entrepreneurs to have those conversations. So yes, institutional frameworks are very important. But adding to the other conversation on why youth are not taking up this, I was in Taita the other day and I realized that we have a very big socio-cultural issue that is very difficult to pinpoint, and that is our proverbs. I had a proverb and I realized where the problem was in Taita. Let me say what it says. It says, Mwana wako washomie ukameria, which means that when a child gets to Form 4, it means he or she has finished schooling. That is in Taita. Now, there was a lady there who owned a hospital, and she has to import from other counties nurses and every other technical expertise. What are the youth in Taita asking for? Cleaning jobs, security. What can she do? Their parents have told them, you reached Form 4, schooling is over. And then when you go to school on the other side of the lake, and you are not working very hard, or seemingly not, forgive me if I say it wrong, but it's gold waradala. Meaning you fail, you go back to the farm. So it means, on the western side, when you fail, or rather, even if you not failed, even if you scored very highly in agri-tech, and you've gone back to the farm, then you must have failed. Who wants to be seen as a failure? So our proverbs, and that's just two tries. I can imagine what we'll get to. So they're also working against the efforts of such kind of platforms, and we need to look into them and address them. Second last thing on governance, I think policy we are doing very well. ASTGS, when I look at it, the SDGs, we are doing pretty well. But legislation, and particularly regulation, is the culprit. Especially regulation. Regulation is such a big headache, especially for the youth when it comes, especially in agriculture, you know. I mean, you take, for example, what did I hear someone took to camps, and they said, we don't have any certification for that. And it's an innovation, so now what are you supposed to do? You know, so regulation is something that really needs to be addressed. I'm actually done. Last but not least is financing. I think we've been ignoring the cooperative movement, and I think it's the most affordable way and accessible way for young people to actually get financing. Yes, it needs a lot of order. There's a research that was done. 70% of youth are not in the cooperative movement, but 90% plan to one day join the cooperative movement. I think it's time for them to do that.
Thank you. Cooperative bank, I'm sure you, let's hear from cooperative bank. I'm not going in line. I think that's a very important way to take over.
I'll be quick. Thank you, Mheshimiwa, for the question you asked about the KYC. First of all, there are two aspects of the KYC. The normal KYC, where you need to know your customers, both the bank is a legal requirement, is a global requirement to address issues of money laundering and other crime issues. So we have to comply with that. Now, on the lending side, what we have done now, all banks actually have actually adopted a way of knowing what their customers are doing. I can tell you what Angola now is doing here with the digital innovations and fintechs. We are able now to understand you more, whether you're a smallholder farmer, whether you are an agribusiness entrepreneur. We have now data and information that tells us what kind of farm you are, what crop are you producing, what is your size, where you are based. We can do that by your location. We can know the weather of the places you are. So because of that, we are now developing a lot of appetite to support you as an individual. The other thing is the normal risk associated with lending, the lack of collateral, of course. Today, banks now are able to lend you based on the crop that you're producing, what we are calling a certification of crops. We are also able now to take other forms of security. We are working with partners who are doing guarantee schemes, such as USAID, AGF. So we have guarantee schemes that are helping us be able to lend you without a collateral. The issue of standardization, where our PSCs are experts on phytosanitary issues. When you want to access certain markets, you need certain standards, to adhere to certain standards. So that has been an issue, but now with certification, whether it's on quality, whether it's on certification on issues to do with practices, like fair trade, it's also giving us appetite now to support farmers. I want to know many things that I'm prepared to share, but we say that we'll continue dialogue. Thank you, Idea, for emphasizing the issue of the cooperative model. I don't need to emphasize that further, but it works well. If you are part of our cooperative, we as cooperative bank to support you better. Thank you.
Just as a follow-up on what Maramba said, as Internet, we are operating a platform where we get synergies most of the options available to you. We look at the funding opportunities available so that we don't necessarily have to go to the bank, but we are able to look around and see what happens. We are also going to assist you in terms of capacity building and training, advising, or providing some of the proposals that we're doing, so that some of the proposal requirements, even when we give those people off in the application levels, we are able to address that. And finally, get partnerships, because individual persons going for money from any financial institution becomes difficult because of the KYC aspect. The organization wants to know who you are, whether they're safe in terms of the assurance of the funding they're giving you. So you need to lie and hide behind an organization or a platform that can give you a kind of that. And many other things, keep in touch with us. We are there to support you for your
Yeah, thank you so much for the questions.
I know a lot that have been asked in terms of data and digitization. First, the main important thing that we are doing as the ministry is to offer interoperability of systems and offer a big data platform that will give access to information and data to the youth, for example, who are innovative. You have a farm application that probably you need some other data sets that you are not able to access. Now the government will be able to provide that to you, probably sitting with KNPS. But then how are you going to access it? We are making sure that all this will now fit in a unified article platform, but within a data governance framework, right? Such that even if you have some quality data that you might want to be able to monitor, then you're able to be incentivized in that manner, and we'll be able to create that linkage between players. A farmer-facing application to probably a downstream application that might actually need some kind of information that they don't have. So that is in terms of provision of access, of which I think Quadera had also indicated that the youth lack access to data. I think this is the biggest problem, and we must democratize data access. And basically, the Ministry of Agriculture sector data governance framework a month ago, a lot of players were there, and this is where the conversation is going. That access of data must have standards and policies and roles that people actually need to play, such that data is not just access to anyone. As we know, we have the Data Protection Act. As we interact with farmer data, we must be able to ensure that the data subject, and this is in this case the farmer, the privacy is in place enough, the personal data is secure, and so these are some of the items in terms of policy that we are doing. I think there was a question in terms of the e-voucher. As I said, when we launched this system, the KIAMS, we have offered e-vouchers to farmers, but it is a pilot. We are still going to scale up, and because of the interoperability, we need to be able to look at even based on the data, which other value chains or which other access to information that we need to provide to farmers. And therefore insurance, all those other services that can be bundled. We say that digital innovation is better packaged when it's bundled, so that you don't have so many applications and you're bombarding farmers with messages and so many instances of now installing different applications. So these are some of the aspects, of course, as we develop these systems, we are actually cognizant of. There's a gentleman who asked about transfer of data being a barrier and therefore job losses and all that. I think data is what is going to enable a thriving environment where there's going to be an ecosystem where the youth will be more innovative, they'll be able to access data. Information, good agriculture practices. I talked about I talked about the agriculture system, where a youth in Nyandarua can actually go and sign up and get information about how to better farm to ensure that we now grow our big data ecosystem for the sector.
Thank you very much, Banabola. And I think it's probably a good opportunity now to hear from our practitioners for using the data and coming up with solutions, farmer-facing solutions, and to answer to the specific questions that have come from the floor. This is one gentleman who will continue to be a resource to us, collectively, because he's been on the ground, he has the touch for ground economic.
Yeah, thank you so much. I've been keenly listening to all the questions. Thank you so much for bringing them up. I want to add one more dimension. Yes, average Kenyan farmer, by the way, are 63 years old from the ground. So, the average Kenyan is 19-year-old. An average government extension worker is 54-year-old. The ratio of public sector extension worker to the farmer average in Kenya is 1 to 5,000. That is, one public sector extension worker is serving 5,000 farmers. The recommended ratio is 1 to 400. So by the time the public sector extension worker reaches the farmer, I don't know how many years. You can do the math. So the solution. So while we can't solve all the problems, we started at the grassroots level. First and foremost, thanks to Carlo, we are sitting in the best of the infrastructure. By the way, do you know, Carlo has digitized close to 6,000 plus technologies, good agriculture practices. But they are all in a language which only researchers understand. I'm so sorry, but I'm just being very honest here. We needed to translate them into a language which a farmer understands, number one. Number two, we also needed to land these technologies and practices at a grassroots level. So what did we do at Kuza? We've actually digitized 42 value chains. When I say digitized, right from land preparation all the way to cultivation practices, and they're available in a projector like this. By the way, there's a projector. I'm just screening here. These are the good agriculture practices of tomato. I can just click, and the videos are played. This is about some pests. I'm just touching on it. And by the way, we don't need conference rooms like this. We are sitting in the bush and doing this. And who is doing this? Who are the people who are doing this? These are the youth. They are the ones who are actually you can hear, right? A group of 20-25 farmers, I'm so sorry. So what we are doing is we are empowering the youth by giving them these kind of tools. By the way, they are digital tools. You don't need internet, you don't need batteries, you don't need laptops, that's a projector, and self-power. Then we also came out with a technology which looks like this. This is something which is designed, by the way, I have Nixon here, I need to speak sound technical. This is edge computing technology, whatever that means. What that means is, the entire good agronomy practices are sitting inside this. By the way, all of you in this room can open your smartphones, connect to this, for free. You can get all these agronomy practices without internet. By the way, this is intranet. This is creating a local expansion. Yeah, now this is empowerment. Now, what we are doing, we are very systematically identifying you, creating them as entrepreneurs, equipping them with these tools, and empowering them with a bag like this. Now, this is business in a backpack. What business am I talking? Now, cooperative bank needs to do KYC. What is the cost of doing one KYC? If this young man does it for you, you pay $100. If each of you can serve 200 farmers, how much is that? 200 times 100?
20,000.
Is that a small money? That's just one. By the way, you need data. This device is connecting and passing the data back to Agriculture Transformation Office. If there is a cost, yes, they will pay something. We have Jimmy there. He needs the demand for seeds, fertilizers, pesticides. How is that coming? The same youth is able to generate that. By the way, we have created 153,000 new jobs in Kenya as of date. This is just the beginning of a revolution. Thanks to platforms like ASNet, thanks to platforms like SDG. I mean, we've been actually, how many lunches we had? I lost count. All of this is a cumulative wisdom of all the problems and solutions available. By the way, talking about innovators in Kenya, there are 67 digital innovators who have fantastic technologies, but they don't have a customer. I repeat, there are technologies which work, but they are looking for a customer that is farmer. What are we doing? We are porting those technologies onto this, putting them into a kit like this, putting it on the shoulder of a youth, entrepreneurs who are now reaching these technologies to the farmers and solving the problem. Anybody wants to have lunch with me? Wait and see. And platforms like ASNet are the ones who are bringing us all together. There is so much wisdom in this community. And my only humble request is, can we create a digital extension policy? Can we empower? Can we standardize some of these things which are tested at scale? By the way, we are in 33 counties in Kenya. I want to summarize by saying, yes, COVID came, yes, all of this is happening, 45 seconds is scary, Ari, but extreme conditions are a fertile soil for extreme innovation. And we have the youth power in Kenya. And that's our strength. We can keep talking about it till the cows come home, but here is a solution, here are solutions. We can collaboratively work. Fintrade is interested in funding, financing, but you need decent MSMEs to come to you. This same youth entrepreneurs can do it. Thanks, James. Thank you so much, Alok.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to see that we have actually internalized that, and that all the aspirations in terms of how we see the technology development in this country and how we come up with this framework. You can already see in our local customers in here, and we have 67 or so techies looking for customers, and they could come into your database. Perhaps they will be able to find some customers for themselves. Now, just before I ask the representative of the farmer, who is the central focus of our 2 days here, Eric would like to make in 5 seconds, and if you don't do it in 5 seconds, I'll take the mic from you. One reaction.
The clock is already started, so I just want to tell you that we went to John Mucheru, our youngest minister, and 9 years head of Google Africa, to Silicon Valley to see how we can connect to Silicon Savannah, i.e. us in the Silicon Valley. And one thing we found was that after some research and studies, that it takes multiple years for a Kenyan innovator to actually get an innovation licensed and the IP certificate. So we need to fast track that. This is about youth, the innovation is about youth. But what was staggering and really worrying is that 80% of those licensed IPs were non-Kenyan innovators coming to Kenya, using this place as a sandbox, and taking those IPs and listing them back in Silicon Valley. So we need to really seriously think about this, and we're co-creating an Africa IP company that will be listed on all the African stock exchanges that allow youth cash flow, so they don't prematurely sell their wonderful apps for $5,000 cash to allow the investor to go make the next 50 million in Silicon Valley. So this is a very important issue also that I think has to be done.
Energized by those comments. But thank you very much, Eric, for bringing that up. It's extremely important. We can see the potential we have in this country, and the fact that we really need to harness that potential for our farmers, our value chain players. And I'm just asking Kenya, just in 1 minute, tell us how you're going to react to this potential on behalf of your farmers. On behalf of farmers,
yes. On behalf of the farmers, first of all, I don't know if you will allow me to respond to his concern. He talked about having something to be political. Yes, sir. Chair for NPCK. Yes.
Seeking fast.
Yes, seeking fast the kingdom of political. Yes. So from our end is to have the farmers' agenda in issues to be in the agricultural sector. We are making businesses, but we're forgetting about the person who produces. So let us have the farmers' agenda so that we are able to have sustainability. You know, we think about strengthening food systems so that we achieve food security that you asked me about. How come we farmers are not sustaining, food, nutrition and security? Have the farmers' agenda so that they are able to participate effectively so that value chain development can be achieved comprehensively when we have the farmers' agenda. Why? The policy, institutional and regulatory framework. Once farmers are included, they are able to have ownership, for example. That would make even regulation easier because something they own and understand. Secondly is, yes, how ASNet can respond to that need is agriculture functions are devolved. The first thing I'll tell you is let us strengthen advocacy and lobby in the sector. Let us have, from our end, a farmer-driven advocacy and lobby. And do this through strengthening partnerships so that we have a holistic approach when approaching issues so that KNAF does not go individually, ASNET on its own, another platform on its own, but when we speak in one voice for the sector, we bring the farmers' agenda. ASNET speaks for what we are talking about, we can easily lobby, advocate, and address these issues and bring in information in the sectors that you're working with, whatever you're providing to the farmers. Issue that has been standing out since yesterday is that we have all these beautiful things that don't get to the farmers. Let us make information access, for example. Let these innovations trickle down. Let these institutions, innovations, let them come down to the farmers at our level. Thank you.
You also step out.
Yes.
Step out.
Yes.
Find these partnerships, like the one you're sitting right next to. Step out and make those partnerships so that you're not just engulfed in your value chain. There is all this capacity that you need to access on behalf of your members. And I don't know what it is that, and I don't expect an answer. I don't know what you need to be able to enhance your capacity to step out and reach out for all this capacity that has been displayed here, particularly when it is what's happening on the ground, for the ground really is. So thank you very much, panelists. I know I have gone over time, but it was very difficult to curtail this discussion. And as I said, I think we need to have this summit much more frequently, but perhaps we also need to perhaps give it longer time than the 2 days that we have unfortunately. But this is also a learning process as it is our second one. So with that, I would like to invite Lydia to come and direct us as to where we go. And beg your pardon, everyone, for not using my time as responsibly as I should have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists and our very able moderator for facilitating an amazing session and keeping our attention at this particular point. I wish to welcome us all for lunch. We will walk down the road to the tent that is prepared. Let us be back here by, sorry.
The money.
So yes, good afternoon once again. I want to really thank you for your commitment to the cause of the second agricultural summit, even as we seek to accelerate the promotion of private sector investments for agriculture transformation and growth. So now we'll be having Mr. Stanley Bagaki. We have had quite a bit of issues coming up, especially on the challenges of the county. So he will take us through the interfacing institution that facilitates coordination, cooperation, consultation, and collaboration between the national government and the county governments. Then we are able to now understand how can we leverage this particular partnership institutional framework to advance the objectives of agriculture transformation for private sector investment. So at this point, I'd like to welcome Mr. Stanley Bagaki to take us through this presentation. Can you stand, Mr. Stanley? He has requested, because of age, that we allow him to just do his presentation in that position. Can you do that?
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, now I think I'm presenting in front of a very small group of people, and therefore I don't want to punish those who have decided to remain behind by keeping them so long. So I want to make my presentation very short. In response to some of the issues of how do we get together the private sector and also the national government, both the national governments, how do we get together, how do we bring that synergy together. I'm presenting on behalf of ASDSP. ASDSP is one of the sponsors of this program, of this forum. It is an intergovernmental program that is between the national and county governments, and it is funded by the EU and SIDA, and of course the government of Kenya. ASDSP is the most unique program, I think, in this country, especially in the sector, because it's in all the 47 counties. I don't think there is any other program which is in all the 47 counties with the staff, facilities, vehicles. So we are big. We are really big. So if you want to talk about coordination, you need to talk about ASDSP2, because ASDSP2, we could make a call now and reach all the 47 counties in one instance. That was put into test when we had the COVID-19 food crisis and there was a war room. You remember the COVID war room. We were asked to provide support, and we quickly set up an application with the support of ESRI, and were able to collect stocks, data on stocks that were available in each county up to the ward level. Very quickly, and we set up a dashboard within Caro. Caro was the technical backstopping, which provided the dashboard for the analytics plus S3, and it provided the
So what I'm saying is, in the SSP, you are able to coordinate things countrywide very fast and very effectively. These are trained people. We were working with M&E officers who are all trained in terms of what to do with the computer and the mobile phone. All right? So it has been supporting, the SDSP has been supporting the establishment of a joint agricultural sector steering committee. The Joint Agricultural Sector Steering Committee, in short known as JASCOM, is the topmost organ that makes decisions of what to be done in the sector. Because nowadays you can make that decision just as national government, you have to involve the counties. And that is decided, when issues arise, they are decided at the JASCOM level. And that JASCOM level has a secretariat called JAS IGF, Joint Agricultural Sector Secretariat, Secretariat, and I'm an advisor. I'm the advisor to that secretariat. Actually, I was the convener of that system. So in short, JASCOM coordinates the agriculture sector. And now we have ASNET. And ASNET is coordinating the private sector. But it can't do it alone. JASCOM can also not effectively coordinate the agriculture sector without coordinating the private sector. So the fact that we have now ASNET and JASCOM is like it should have happened from the first day that JASCOM was done. But as we were working on that, at that point in time we thought, this is an intergovernmental thing. Private sector has no business knowing what we are discussing. They should be out there and when they hear about what we have decided. But in the meantime, we are wiser. In the meantime, we are wiser and we know that you cannot effectively coordinate unless you involve, especially a critical sector stakeholder like the private sector. Now, I don't think I want to take you all this because, as I said, there are very few of you and I don't want to keep you here for long. Here, this slide is just talking about the background to it, that is based on the Constitution, that there are laws which have been put in place, and then the mechanism responds to one particular law, which is, if you want, the Intergovernmental Relations Act 2010. So this is the law that gives birth to JASCO, which says the national and county governments are free to establish committees for joint common purposes. Yeah? So the primary role of the intergovernmental institutions is to actually enable the two levels to work as the Constitution demands in cooperation and consultation. That's what the Constitution demands in several articles. 62, 174, 186, 187, 189, they all talk about the need for the county and national governments working together in harmony, in cooperation and consultation. So that is why the mechanism was formed. Back in 2016, actually let me go back to 2015. 2015 there was, you can remember there was a governance conference in Meru, and we still had that very combative governor, Ruto, Isaac. And we didn't want to hear about the national government doing in agriculture because it is devolved. So there was big issues. How do we work in this country in the agriculture sector when we cannot communicate? I remember Isaac stood up and said, we are not going to Kilimo. Kilimo for us doesn't exist. So there was need, we realized there's need to actually come up with a mechanism that brings the two levels together. And in 2016, a committee was formed, or a team was set up between the national government, the county government, and also the development partners. I was in that team and we worked such that in November 2016, by the time we had the Intergovernmental Forum for Agriculture, in Mombasa, it was established, this mechanism for consultation and coordination. And it has several levels. It has a governance level, which looks at reporting what are the issues in all the sectors, and that one actually reports to the summit through the IGRTC. You know, the IGRTC is the secretariat to the summit. Then we have the steering committee, the steering level, which is the Joint Agriculture Steering Committee I was talking about. And below that, we have the technical cooperation level. The technical cooperation level is sectoral working groups, which are made up of the two levels of government. Actually, there are 4 of them, and they have different roles. Each of them has a different role, and they are composed of 10 experts, 5 directors from the ministry, and 5 CECs. The CECs who are known to be experts in that particular field. We have one on policy, we have one on M&E, we have one on program and inputs, we have one on capacity. There are 4 of them. And as I talk now, one of them is deliberating in Naivasha, and is deliberating on the policy on phytosanitary policy, which has been developed, and at the end of this day, you'll be coming up with recommendations on how that policy should be adopted or improved or whatever. So they discuss and they come up with decisions which are then presented to the JASCOM for decision making, but they are the technical group that makes the decision. They are also discussing today issue of regulations which have been developed for AFA, the food cost regulations that has been developed by AFA. So these are very important committees, and they make decisions, they make recommendations to the steering committee that then decides on what should happen in the county, and they are then binding to the national and county governments. That's why you see I'm alone here, because my team is out. Either they are doing that workshop, but we also have another workshop in Naivasha, which is this program here, SDSP, I've talked about, is ending next month. It has been here for a long time. This is the second phase. It's big, as I said. Something big like that, you don't just wake up one day and end it. So there's need to decide what will happen next, and that's what the team in Naivasha is discussing, so as to come with recommendations to the donors and to the government, and if you want to the JASCOM, we need to have a special JASCOM to decide what will happen now. We are hoping there will be an extension, and if there is no extension, it will be a bit of a problem. I was talking about the levels. We can talk about the county level coordination. At the counties, what we have is the agriculture sector steering committees. They are called CASCOMs, County Agriculture Sector Steering Committees. CASCOMs are critical because they bring together all the parties, the key stakeholders in a county that are in agriculture. The good thing about CASCOMs is that they also now include the private sector. And what's happening now is that they are actually including ASNET for their deliberation. ASNET has started engaging with the CASCOMs, and that can only be very good for coordination also at the county level. We are hoping that we can also have sub-CASCOMs at the sub-county level, and that way the agriculture sector will be totally coordinated, and it can only be good for the sector development. The CASCOMs, I think you need to take care of them as ASNET, because that's where the feet are. JASCOM is up there. But if you are going to talk about getting things done in the sector, where it matters really is at the CASCOM, because that's where the work is going on. Of course, when it comes to policy discussions and all that, you need to be also in we need to be in the JASCOM, and I mentioned that actually we've done quite a lot towards that. Another recommendation towards ASNET is, I've talked about these sector working groups. Okay, let me actually, that is how the whole thing looks like. I don't want to waste your time. I could just look at what I was talking about, the IGRTC, the highest level, IGFA, the forum, which brings together all the people, brings up the issues in the sector, and then gives out resolutions which should be looked at by the two levels of government to do something about it. The last one was in January in Mombasa, came up I think with 35 resolutions. They are now being worked on, and the issues which you've been bringing up here, almost all of them are covered in those resolutions, and they are being worked on. There's a work plan already that has been developed to look into those issues. I talked about the sector working groups, the SWAGs. The SWAGs I mentioned, there are 4, and they are on different topics. Why I repeat this? Because I think ASNET should be very interested in SWAGs. You should be so interested because that's where the policy discussion takes place. That's where when the draft policy is brought up through the process of policy development, as you know, which is very long in Kenya and complicated, eventually it ends up at the SWAG on policy. And that's where they make a decision towards what should be included or what should be left out. So if ASNET had access to the SWAT, I said there are 10, 5. If you could manage somehow to be always co-opted into the discussions of the SWAT, then you could have direct input into the policy discussions. I think that's a key one you should try to fight to get into that. So this is about who are the members of the JASCOM, very quickly, Cabinet Secretary, Chair of the Council of Governors, Principal Secretaries, County Governors, about 5 or so, Chair of the Intergovernmental Relations Committee, the CCM caucus, the Chief Executive Officer of COG, the Donor Development Group, they are co-opted, they are the Chairperson of the Agriculture Network, ASNET is now since January. So you can give yourself a clap. This is a very big achievement. It's a very big achievement. As I said, initially we were saying private sector has no business attending an intergovernmental meeting, especially a steering committee. But now it was decided in Mombasa, ASNET should be co-opted. And now that is real. We have to, there is a late notice for establishment of JASCOM, and therefore we shall have to, of course, revise that gazette notice. It will have to be revised so that ASNET is now also officially a member. And the coordinator of the secretariat is the secretary. So what I wanted to tell you here that all of them are active, and I wanted to highlight these ones here. The JAS IDS, that is the Secretariat of JASCOM, the Council of Governors, and ATO. ATO has been presenting here yesterday and today. ATO is, if you want, the Secretariat for the National Government, because it drives the ASTGS. The COG will know who it is, and the JAS IDS, the JASCOM. These 3 are now closely working together, and for me it's a great pleasure to now see that the 3 entities are working in harmony, pushing a national agenda, and not ATO pushing a ministry agenda, COG only the counties and just IDS struggling to bring them together. They're actually working together, like the last IDFA I was talking about in January, they worked together to make it happen. Right now they worked also on the work plan that came out of the resolution from Mombasa. They worked together. They had formed even a team. They are still working together, and part of them, I imagine. And it is working very well. So that is a wonderful achievement. We have technical committees. We have technical committees apart from the sector working groups. Technical committees come and they are ad hoc. They are brought up when you have issues which were not foreseen, which need decisions to be made. Think, for example, the army war or the locust. didn't have mechanisms in place to deal with these issues when they came up, and the sector needed to decide how is it going to be tackled, both at the national and county levels. So what you do, you form technical committees. These technical committees are also joint. They have national and county level, but they also have technical experts. And these are mostly technical experts who will then come together and discuss those issues, come up with a recommendation, which is then sent to the sector working group, the SWAT. And the sector working group then takes it forward to the JASCOM. It may seem like a long process, but it is quick because it's not so many people. These are not huge committees. These are few people, and these are dedicated people. It was very fast. You saw what happened to the army worm. We came up with mechanisms very quickly. What happened to the locust? Very quickly. There are means and ways of doing things, working on it jointly. Now the other one I wanted to highlight is, of course, I said it already, the 47 counties have launched the CASCOMs. There is no county without a CASCOM as we talk. The last one was Nairobi, which was last year in November. All counties have CASCOMs, so you have somebody to work with. When you go to the counties, don't go looking for who to talk to. They are there. It is headed, the CASCOM is headed by the CEC, responsible for agriculture in that county. You know, some counties agriculture is stock. So it is which CEC is responsible for agriculture or agricultural sector in that county. And it composes the members, the key stakeholders and the directors and so forth in the county. This is your place to call, the CASCOM. So I've said ASNET has initiated collaboration with a number of CASCOMs. I saw in your platform there that you were in PC the other day.
Yeah.
I think you were even, was it Sia? You've been around.
Kamega,
You've been quite around. So it was beautiful to see that they are really out there working with the CASCOMs. So in short, in conclusion, ASNET is now a cooperative member of JASCOM. At the county level, ASNET has initiated collaboration with CASCOMs. This engagement will enhance coordination nationally, and it will deal with issues which have been raised here. Things like having what I'm calling an affirmative tax regime. An affirmative tax regime which looks at what should not be taxed and what should be taxed, and those which should not be taxed, not to be taxed. You can only get those information, you can work together with the private sector, and also no need to talk about it in forum like this. It's good to bring them up, but the decisions are made within a few people. So you'll have access to that possibility, and this will accelerate the private sector investment in growth and transformation. That is the ASTGS. Now what am I recommending as a way forward? I want to quote my friend professor there. Seek ye the kingdom. Seek ye the kingdom, the political kingdom first. You see, in others we shall have a new crop of politicians. They may not be very new, but they will be in a different constellation. We don't know which one will be where, we don't know which one is winning. But fact is, they will be in a new constellation, and it will be a new crop of politicians. So, in order to avoid the flip-flopping which was mentioned in this forum, about people flip-flopping, they decide one decision, then the next regime comes, they decide differently. The only way to be is to make sure that that new crop is hammered before it gets comfortable. You must hammer it. You must hammer it before it gets comfortable. And I'm suggesting that the ATO, as we call them by the active part, the ATO, the Council of Governors, the JAS-IGS, ASNET, the donor group. I saw the SDG. I think the UN should also come in because they have that framework. We have also farmers. Farmers have been talking here today. We can have Kenya or whichever constellation of farmers will be there in short. And even I thought maybe even an organization of Internet, which is bringing the financial aspect, should come in. We need to bring these people who are concerned, who are here, and they are concerned about the sector. They should get together, organize a forum, and bring all these CECs the PS, the PSS, the CS, the CECs together and let them know what is expected of them. If we can do that quite quickly, as soon as they are found, we shall have achieved a big milestone. So, thank you very much.
I know we are exhausted, but let's give him a better clap. Having the final presentation, and I think it was very, very important. Because what we have discussed in the last 2 days will rise or fall with our effective utilization of this last presentation. Because if you don't know how the government structure, the institutional framework, both at the national, at the county, how they interlink, then you will have missed the mark by the 7 C's, and I don't think there is any one of us who wants to do that. So we really appreciate you, Mr. Stanley Bagati, for that enlightening presentation in terms of helping us understand how we can start infiltrating the institutional framework of the devolved function of agriculture at the county level. And we start already aligning ourselves, whether it is with the new crop of administrators that are coming into force, or even just understanding how do we get to influence policy right at the formative stages, rather than crying foul when it is too late to influence any change. So we really appreciate that. It was very insightful, and I pray that the rest of us are taking note how we are already going to start leveraging the ASNET platform to start making inroads on some of these insights we are gaining from this platform. We are now coming to the tail end of our forum, our second National Agriculture Summit. It has been an absolute pleasure just having conversations, panel discussions, presentations on critical issues that are affecting our agriculture. And as I hand over the microphone, I wish to reiterate, my name is Lydia Kimani. I'm with the Society of Crop Agribusiness Advisors, and I'm an ASNET Council member. One of the things that still is troubling for me is that we have 2 major global international policy-making processes next month and towards the end of the year. I have not had anyone mention how these forums are going to affect our agriculture. I will begin with the World Trade Organization. They will be convening in Geneva a ministerial conference in the month of June. And one of the things that was decided in Glasgow last year at the Climate Change Conference of Parties was that the international policy-making organs are going to look at their mandates and how they can help deliver on the climate change objective. Because if we do not address climate change, then we will not have a planet to even run our businesses in. One of the things is that we are not looking at the IMF is placing conditions in terms of lending to its member states, that you have to align your loans, demonstrate how you are reducing emissions. The global trading system, which is the World Trade Organization, has also been tasked to look at how the trading system can accelerate adoption of sustainability. The EU, which is the second largest trading partner of Kenya, has introduced the Green Deal. One of the things that they are looking to deploy their net zero by 2050 is introducing something they are calling the carbon border adjustment measures. All exports are going to be subjected to this very soon. Are our exporters ready for this kind of adjustment? Are they making the necessary investments to hedge and ensure that their export profit margins are not eroded because of these compliance issues? So these are some of the things we need to start looking at, even as a lobby group. As ASNET members, are we ensuring that ASNET is contributing to the country positions to these conversations? Because when we fail to, then we are forced to take other people's priorities and adjust a lot of our businesses, then consequently resulting into an increased cost of doing business. Finally, we are having the Conference of Parties now coming to Africa. Agriculture is the backbone of almost all African countries, except those that are mineral oil-producing countries. So the fact that it is coming here, have we prepared as the private sector to leverage on climate financing? Are we aware of modalities of accessing climate finance? Are we aware on what are the best platforms at the COP to engage and take our businesses to the next level? Are we aware of even the country position that agriculture has been given we call it quote unquote a revered position, that even as we pursue reduction of emissions, we don't touch anything that affects food security. So if reducing emissions is going to compromise food security, the Paris Agreement has a provision that allows you to not take that pathway. Prioritize food security at the expense of emissions. So understanding that position, do we know what draft decisions are going to impact on our ability to do business? We can talk about accelerating private sector investments, but if we remain ignorant, if we do not come alive to the fact that international policy-making processes have a direct bearing on our ability to remain competitive and even scale our businesses. So ladies and gentlemen, it has been my absolute pleasure to have moderated this session and this second National Agriculture Summit. Thank you for your active participation, for your resilience, and for your commitment to seeing this through. At this point, I'd like to invite Madam Jane to share the way forward and also parting shots. So, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you had that rolling voice of a very young lady, and I think it's a very promising voice, particularly in terms of that international realm of the business that we are concerned about in this room. And I would like to hear a rolling clapping for that rolling voice. Lydia is a product of us. We have seen her grow, and we want to see her grow even more. And this is one of the objectives of ASNET, is to build capacity amongst our partners, amongst our members, and we can only succeed in so doing if we work collectively and if we concert our efforts. So that and this is important. I don't want to try in any way speak to what Lydia has said, but if we are not involved in the decision-making levels of the markets that we target, we will be basically just walking around and around and around and not getting into the business of the day. And it's very important that we as business management organizations, or we as key players, encourage ourselves to have this capacity built so that we can sit at these forums and provide substance. In my younger days, when I would go to forums and the codex where standards are made, I remember one instance where we were discussing, I think it was food security, and I learned that Egypt was doing very well in terms of influencing the policy at that level in terms of food security and in terms of all the vikwasos that we meet, or all the trade barriers that we meet as we try and get into the market. And why was Egypt one of the most successful African countries? Because they had a standing position at Codex, they had a desk at Codex, full-time desk. So every time new issues came up, they had somebody
very ready to take them up, communicate with their government, with the private sector, and very quickly provide a position in terms of what is important for their country. As for us, for the rest of Africa, 54 members of Codex, and our impact hardly felt at Codex. Hardly felt. Professor Idatso hardly felt at the Codex the standards are made. And I would encourage us as private sector to adopt the stance I saw Nestle company adopt, and that is at every opportunity that we were looking at policy, they had someone from from their company, an international company, they had someone sitting behind the government representative of the country they were in. So for instance, if there was an issue in India, they would have a representative from India sitting behind the Indian government to make sure that their input goes into that policy. Is ASNET able to adopt such a stance, particularly when we have the capacity to do so? And it's really a question of sometimes just identifying, and I think DJ will be able to attest to this. It's just a question of identifying where would the resources come from. And the resources are abound. The resources are abound, they're there. Just need backing to say this person represents this constituency in this part of the world, whether it's Kenya or East Africa. And I really want to urge ourselves to keep ourselves up to date with what is happening there. And perhaps now it's wonderful to have our chairman in the room. This should be one of the resolutions we have going forward. If we can have talks that come on the platforms or webinars that come there, which provide us with information. We have to tame these young minds. There's another very vibrant one over there that we can tame by keeping them busy with knowledge and areas where they make their contributions. We've got what it takes, and if we can support them, we can ensure that our interests are taken care of. And I don't need to give very many examples, just the example of EPA. And Chairman, you were involved in the whole business of EPA, and you saw how the private sector really played their part in terms of ensuring the process is going on. So at the end of the day, private sector doesn't take part in the negotiations, but private sector has a huge space to influence the way a lot of these protocols and the shaping. Now that wasn't the reason why I stood up, ladies and gentlemen. Mine was really to say we've come to the end of, very soon we're coming to the end of this season, this 2-day season. We've had a very productive time, I believe. And a lot of you want to see what is the output of those 2 days. Am I right? You want to see what the output. You want to see what are the conclusions, what are the ideas that aspects are put together going forward, and if there's anything that you'd like to include into that report, I think this is the opportunity. Even if it might be incomplete work that we can follow up to. And with that, I would like to invite the person who is presenting that report. And once that report is presented, to allow us a moment, looking at the clock, to allow us a moment just in case there is any burning issue that we'd like to include in that report. Remember, this is going to be our lighthouse for the year, and this is going to be the measure that we use when we come back for the next conference.
Thank you very much, Jim, for this opportunity. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sure, apart from yesterday when I was giving welcoming remarks, I have not been talking much. And the reason for that is I have been keenly trying to follow what you have been saying. My name is Geoffrey Kamau. I work here at Caro. I'm in the crops department, and with a lot of interest in issues that touch on technology and the society. There is an initiative that I've been leading where we talk about innovation platforms. So we bring the producers and the partners who help in embedding the technology, because in most cases we have assumed that technologies can move on their own. They can't. If you remember, I said I am really delighted, and I said it yesterday, to be in this forum where we are discussing how we can work with the private sector, because that in our work has been a missing link. And I'm happy because of all what I've been hearing, because everything I've been hearing I have been putting a tick, because that's what will lead to growth in the agricultural sector. I say our goal in Karo is to work towards, to contribute towards the growth in the agricultural sector through technologies and innovations and the utilization of those technologies. There's no need of having technologies on the shelf here or out there in the 51 center that I talked about. We need to have them work and be useful or profitable to the producers as well as other stakeholders. Having said that, like I said, I didn't want to talk and write because it's not possible. And therefore, I even let comments pass that were being made here about CAR. One, about the technologies that we have. Somebody talked about the 6,000 plus technologies that we have. But we know we have an issue with communicating that. There is one participant who I have been discussing with regard to a certain value chain. We have talked and we have agreed on how we shall go about that. And there are many things I have picked here which I'm going to plow back into CAR with a view to making what we have available in a more non-scientific form. I agree. We are guilty as charged. There is a lot of language that we use which comes from the scientific field which is not understandable to farmers. I don't want to take a lot of time. I want to just give some key highlights of what we have come up with, and I have tried to do that very quickly within a short time. Try to look at the sessions that we have gone through and picking out some points that probably we could think about and probably we have a chance to increase to add on to that. In yesterday's session where we talked about some of the achievements that have been realized within the short period that ASNET has been in existence. And we talked of the participation in various advocacy events, and as well as various fora like the SDGs and others. We also talked about the participation of ASNET in deliberations in deliberations to do with various subsectors like the tea, coffee, and sugar beans, and as well as the fertilizer and feed pricing. There is also the issue of lobbying for the procurement of Kenya potatoes for KFC. I think that's a very important one and something that was on the lips of everybody in the country, and that's a very important one. There is the inclusion of youth in agriculture. We heard about how the youth have been facilitated to join various of increased cargo freight. We heard about this when Kenya Airways planes were converted into freight, into cargo planes, as well as allowing other companies, airline companies, to use the Kenyan to kind of come in to help increase the freight. That was very important for business, especially during the height of the COVID pandemic. Those are some of the things that were mentioned in that setting the scene session. And those are very important achievements for the short period that ASNET has been in existence. There were also some other issues that came up in the panel discussions. And one of those was in the first panel discussion, we had the opportunities and challenges for private sector investment. We talked about the financial institutions such as Equity, just one example, which have digital lending platforms that are accessible to farmers and other stakeholders. This is very important. Like you remember, somebody talked about the fact that farmers are able to borrow from their houses, from their circles and other entities. But Equity also confirmed that they have digital platforms that can be used by the farmers.
They are also exploring the e-voucher system for to increase on the area of platforms that they have. There is a issue of what was mentioned about AGRA not working directly with finances but working through lenders like equity and the issue of the blended public-private finances. There is need for SMEs to operate formally to avoid missing out on financial opportunities. This came about as a result of something that was mentioned about most SMEs operating under the radar and not paying taxes, and therefore lenders are not ready to deal with such entities. There is also need to explore regional integration. These are all with a view to increasing the chances of investment in the agricultural sector. There is also the other panel that we had on the cost of doing business and value addition, where we talked of need to commercialize value chains and lower production costs. This is a really big concern in that if you don't lower costs, then our products will continue being more costly than what we get from outside, and it will be very easy to convince the public that it's better to get products from outside because they are lower in cost. So there is need to look at how we commercialize and at the same time look at how we reduce production costs. There is also need to enhance competitiveness. I think we started the part highlight. The issue of value addition, very important, because if you don't add value to our products, then their shelf life is reduced as well as the prices that we get from them. There is the issue of bureaucracy, which is a major concern, a major handicap to our agriculture, and there is need to simplify bureaucracy. The issue of promotion of skills, especially for the youth, in addition to provision of finances. There is a suggestion that was given on the need for an export incentive scheme to be established, and also the issue of improvement of infrastructure. This is with regard to irrigation as well as other facilities like cold stores. Awareness creation of the Kenyan market. There is need for creating awareness on what we have in the Kenyan market, because apparently there was an expression of a lack of that information out there. The establishment of figures to enhance quality, especially with the meat products. Need for private sector laboratories to enhance surveillance, because health, meat quality has a lot to do with how the animals are taken care of. There is need for smallholders to be organized in cooperatives, because that way they will have access to various products, including financial products. And I think the issue came up again here when we had the panel just before lunch. There is need for policy implementation. We don't lack policies, it was said. We don't lack policies. What we have a problem with is implementation. Remember, our colleague from the Ministry of Agriculture said that we may not need to formulate more policies. We can use what we have. Although, you know very well that policies arise out of the dynamic happenings in any sector. And therefore, while we can partly agree with her on the right note, there is still need for policies that would address the different circumstances that we come across. But in all this, there is need to emphasize on policy implementation and how this can be improved. There is need for a mindset change with regard to soil health. Remember, there was all this debate about how our soils are, that we apply fertilizers but we don't get an equal return from the amount that we use. And also the issue of deterioration of our soils. We then had a session on cost of doing business, where we highlighted that there is possibility of tax exemption for agricultural inputs, but then the lobbying has to be done in a targeted manner. We have in this country a problem, a challenge of unstable tax regimes and multiplicity of taxes and levies. And like I mentioned, there is need to lobby in order to reduce some of these taxes and levies, because they increased the they increase the cost of doing business. The issue of harmonization of county taxes would be one area to be explored. Establishment of special economic zones for agriculture is a possibility, and we heard about what's happening in that city, and we already have some agricultural players who are already operating from that city. There are others that can be established, and we are made to understand that the counties will not have an influence on what happens there, because that is the kind of arrangement that is in place. The issue of digitization as a potential enabler for business, I think came out very, very clearly. The need for integration and unified approach, we need to also have that, as well as exploration of opportunities for convergence, because with that, and especially where the financial sector is involved, we shall be able to have access to more financial resources. In terms of youth involvement in agriculture, and this is a very key area, in that if we don't involve the youth, then we shall have no agriculture. I need not to repeat the fact that the age of our farmers, is on the higher side, and we have a lot of youth who can be involved. And it was mentioned and emphasized that there is need to build institutional frameworks in institutions that have to do with the youth, and that way we shall be able to involve the youth in agriculture, as well as clear incentives for the youth, including enterprises, the issue of innovations and technologies, and also the entire value chain consideration. I think those are some of the highlights that I was able to pick. There could be others, but since we are still working on the proceedings, probably we shall share more in the final report. I think that is what I have, unless we have some others that I may have missed. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I believe those of us who would like to make a contribution to those conclusions are very, very welcome to do so. And it might be a very good idea, and my eyes are fixed on the clock, it might be a very good idea for those of us who have a contribution to make to that report, to kindly put it on paper. Kindly put it on paper, and we shall collect those ideas, and we shall pass them on to the people who are writing this for us. And remember, as you do that, you're basically setting the scene for what ASNET will be doing over the next year, or what it is that you hope or expect to see ASNET working on over the next 1 year, within, of course, the strategic plan. But also remember that the strategic plan is normally a living document which can be influenced by such an important event as this summit. So kindly give me those notes. I'll be very happy to have them. I see one gentleman is insisting on saying something.
Just one point. It's a very burning issue that I want everyone to take note of. Maybe I can just not from here, just for the sake of time. My name is Untitled Chapter. I'm representing the Horticultural Producers and Marketing Association of Kenya, Horticultural Subsector. And as our very able chairman commented yesterday, just being advised for it to be put on record. Funny, nice to see you. Very good. Yes. If you can have the mic. Yes, Good evening, everyone. As we come to the end of this session, I just want to make a very, very important comment as per our theme, that is accelerating private sector engagement to transform Kenyan agriculture. Not the first word, accelerate. It's not engaging. We have already engaged the private sector, but we need to accelerate. To do that, one thing I'm going to assure you, my close delegates, we talked about the 10% GDP. This year, we received 1.09%, that is 63 billion out of a 3.3 trillion budget. If you calculate 63 divided by the 3.3 times 100, it is actually 1.09%. And the recommendation as per the Maputo Declaration is 10%. So we have actually received a third of the budget. To do that, I want to play my role personally. I come from Kirinyaga County. I gave out one of our ladies to one of the presidential aspirants by the name Honorable Mother Karua. Sorry to mention and that was actually my plan, to engage her first and foremost so that we can get the 10% if she happens to become the next deputy president. This evening I'm having a meeting with her and I'm going to strike that deal that the major problem is government support as far as the 10% is concerned. I'll also tweet our chairman, Dr. Bemo. I've actually been tagging both ASNET and our chairman. His very able leadership has steered ASNET to prolific levels. So have the assurance. And on the other side, if it is the issue of value addition, I requested, Baba, what will you give or promise in return? Can I tell you what Baba promised? It's not private. In return, Baba promised me OVO, the implementation of OVO. What is OVO? One village, one product throughout the country. It may not be one village per se, because that was a program in Japan. So it's like a copycat from Japan, the Japan model. But in our country, it may be something like one word, one product. Value addition. You are surely going to get a cottage revolution. Value addition. I've already done that with the PA's Ambassador Kaberia. And the government has already allocated 4 billion shillings to go towards the cottage industries. If you Google, you get that information even through Google, through the internet. So 4 billion so that we can have a revolution as far as value addition is concerned in Kenya. 10% GDP in case we have the next government. As regards my own county, Madam Waiguru called me and she promised Kirinyaga to beat now Mother Karua. I was putting them as it's like a competition. Promised me we are going to have a 5 billion industrial park and business park in Kirinyaga County. We don't have a tomato processing industry. Right now as we talk, to compete against Karua, she has already allocated 100 million shillings to go to the tomato industry as an initial fund for that tomato processing industry in Kirinyaga. We produce most of the tomatoes in Kirinyaga. So that is as far as the issue of lobbying and advocacy is concerned. But I also wish to comment on something on inclusivity. If we want to be effective on lobbying, let us engage all the key stakeholders. What do I mean by that? In our first Safari Park meeting, we had the Safari Park Declaration, a 10-point agenda. which was led by Lee Karori, the former chair of KEPSA. This time round, we've already had so many declarations. Yesterday, there was a G25 coffee platform, the one that is for the whole continent, Africa, and Safari Park, to make coffee become a strategic commodity within AFCFTA, African Free Common Trade Area. So that was a declaration signed by Joseph Kenyua on behalf of the President and CS Munya. Yesterday, another Safari Park declaration. We had the first one, Safari Park declaration in the first summit. We had another declaration in Rwanda, Kigali, when I traveled there in 2020. Agra Kigali declaration, 10-point agenda. Perhaps even this one is another declaration called the Caro 22 declaration. The points that you have just been read. But the question is, we have beautiful blueprints, including the Vision 2030. Beautiful blueprints. Vision 2030, beautiful, very progressive Constitution of Kenya 2010, but what about the implementation? Can it be guaranteed of the implementation process that it will be effected? So on that note, I think it is important because in the previous forum we had the CEC for Kiambu. I wished if somebody like Honorable James Nyoro, the chairman of Council of Governors, Agriculture Committee, was here. The panelists may not know, but all the counties are implementing the 10% through the county budgets. All of them. Through Chairman James Nyoro. If you look at the Twitter handle of James Nyoro, you can even see the date when it was implemented. The 10% GDP at the counties. But now, if the allocation for the national government is less, of course the 10% will be less. So we want a bigger share from the top, but we cannot lobby for that effectively if we don't have James Nyoro in this forum, if we don't have the chairman of the National Agricultural Committee in Parliament in this forum, because they are the ones who are going to debate it in Parliament and push it forward for effective implementation. So we need to see those people included maybe in our next summit so that where we lobby, they can also push it in Parliament, they can also push it in the Senate Agriculture Committee so that it can be effective. So the final remark is the SDG number 17. And Arif Neki, the coordinator of the SDG platform, emphasized it. What does it talk about? Partnerships. We need more partnerships. More partners in ASNET. One that I think ASNET should include, I think they should take note of that. I've already lobbied for a fund for the value chains through the IFC. Right now, and take note of that, it is called NABCD, that is National Value Chain Development. And this is a fund from the World Bank, 28 billion shillings. Is that little money?
That is definitely not little money.
So I think we need to engage, apart from, because ASDSP is exiting next month, and it is your partnership, we also need to engage now World Bank so that we can partner for the value chains in that one. So thank you very much. And
yes. Thank you very much. And the openness between which communicated with the rest of us. Just to remind you once again, any issues that you would like to raise, kindly do so on paper. Winnie, would you kindly collect those papers before we leave the room, so they're important checks for us. And ladies and gentlemen, we have actually come to the close of this 2 days summit, and it is only in keeping that our very audacious, I think I can call him that, our very audacious chairman gives us his perception of the way forward, given the discussions that we've had. And I can assure you, he's going to give us a run for our money as ASNET. And remember, ASNET, because of us who are sitting in the room, and we all have a role to play. And so as he gives us his wisdom, and as I said, his aspirations for ASNET going forward, look at where you plug in. And once you have identified where you plug in, I would want to make a suggestion that as soon as possible, make sure that our very able MD has an idea of where you want to plug in very early in the process, so that we can keep up with you. We expect a lot of energy going forward, so that next year, wherever we shall meet, we shall be able to perhaps even have a 5 days at the rate of going. So thank you very much, everyone, and it's been a pleasure working with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed to our very able Vice Chair, Jane Giga. To be honest, it's the inspiration Jane gave us to start ASNET with Chris Wilson and Vicaries. Jane, ASNET is yours as much as all of us. And you are the pioneer in this. Firstly, Legend, quickly to say I apologize for coming late this afternoon. I went to State House to launch this 2 billion tree initiative. We were meant to be there at 10 o'clock, we reached at 10 o'clock, unfortunately started at 1 o'clock. But the good thing is, which is interesting, was we had an opportunity to go and plant trees at State House. So my big tick in my life is that I have now planted a tree at State House Gardens. And we as private sector had a nice photo op with His Excellency, and we planted a really nice tree, and all the KEPSA board members were there. So hopefully there'll be something to talk to your grandchildren about when you went to visit. We have to close the session now, but I just wanted to reply to a couple of things. One is, Naftali is probably the most active Twitter guy I've ever met. This man can Twitter twice a day, tweet twice a day or 3 times a day. He tags me always. And Naftali, you said something interesting a month ago, 2 months ago, and I told Agatha, we have to be ready for your question. And your question was, what about the 10-point plan? What is the original 10-point plan we launched in Safari Park, and what is the progress? Now, I don't want to go through it, but I will tell you that of the 10-point plan we launched in Safari Park, roughly 90% has been accomplished. Now, I don't know if you remember the 10-point plan, but I can send it to you, but of that 90% we have accomplished. And I think we should be very proud as an organization that we've done it. The only thing we didn't do very well, and I put it out as this year's 10-point plan, is harmonization of sector-focused efforts. We've spent a great deal of time on creating ASNET, creating linkages with government, putting ASNET on the stage. We haven't been very active, or as active as we wanted to, in strengthening some of our BMOs. So, Naftali, if you want to give us a scorecard, you should give us 9 out of 10 for sure. So we've done well, and I'm just looking at the 10-point plan here, and I'll send it to you. But obviously, work in progress. These things always, you can always improve on them. And I don't take any credit to say we're perfect, but we're in the right direction. So when you tweet tonight, and I'm sure you will, give some credit. And I love the way you do it, by the way. You're very active, and I really appreciate your enthusiasm. So what is the way forward for us? I know Dr. Kamal was saying what the way forward, and I just wanted to break down into 10 simple points that we need to work on until the next third Agriculture Summit, which is same time next year, sometime in May we want to do it. We'll decide on exact date and the venue. But I think you need to hold us accountable. You pay our subscriptions and you pay us our salaries, and I think you need to make us accountable that this time next year have we accomplished the 10 things we promised. The 10 things we did promise in Safari Park, we've accomplished most of them, and I think you should be judges of that. But I think the 10 important things I want to focus on this next 12 months are, obviously we have got a new government coming in place, and I think one of the key things we need to do is re-establish our linkages with all the various new leaders that are coming on this team. I'm sure maybe the CS will stay the same, maybe if obviously whoever comes to power. But I'm sure everybody else will change, PSS and CSS and all that. So we need to re-establish that link. And I've written here much more closer cooperation with the new team that comes into government. That's A. Second one, I think we led a little bit was our interaction with COG, and I think you mentioned it today. We have had very close links with the COG, including Governor Neuro. He's a good friend of ours, as ASNET. He fully supports us whenever we can. He picks up the phone when we need something at COG. But I think our interaction with him can be closer. We've met the Senate, we've met Tiren several times. We've met all the agriculture people several times as ASNET. They all know us, they recognize our efforts. And even when they have problems, sometimes they call us. But I think all those people are going to change. So our second aim is to work more closely with council governments as well as the Senate and Parliament, which is going to be interesting. I think one that as I mentioned, we didn't do very well this time, and I think it's going to be a focus in strengthening our roles, our relationships with specific value chain VMOs. I think we can do it much better, and I think this is going to be now, COVID is over, we can spend a lot more time going on specific value chains, including, like I mentioned yesterday, the Agriculture Media Association, which I think is very important. Fourth, according to me, is more research and value addition, and I want Calvert to be part of that. Dr. Kamau and I think that is, I think it's an important part that you've mentioned. I want to include Calvert in the conversation. Just to let you know, Dr. Kamau, how important you are. If you go to my stand there, in Kenya, we've just launched a new fertilizer range, a blended fertilizer for Dr. Viti Super. The formulation of that actually came from Calvert. So we sent our technical people to Sydney Dior, I can't remember his name, Professor something, and they spent a lot of time coming up with the formulations. So you won't believe that really you're already part of business. And maybe we just need to encourage you more. But if you look at our stand, most of those formulations have come from Calvert, so again, credit to you. Fifth, increased incentives. I mentioned that yesterday. I think government has slightly diverted. They have an increased incentive to agriculture. I think Jane will probably agree with me. They've taken a lot of our incentives out, including capital allowances and all that. And I think we need to go back to government and say, we've got to incentivize agriculture. If people are going to invest, we've got to make sure government is part of the game, and I think that's an important one. Six, we talked about yesterday about the one-stop shop at Ministry of Agriculture for investments. I've met so many investors in the last 1 or 2 years who say they come to Kenya, they don't know who to talk to, they see corruption and they run away. I think if we have somewhere anchored somewhere, a proper one-stop shop for agriculture investment, and I proposed it at the Ministry of Agriculture, wherever, I think we need to have that specific place where if they want to invest in, I don't know, camels, they know who to talk to. If they want to invest in vegetables, they should know who to come into a private sector company. Floriculture, wherever sector value add, they should come to that one point, and then we can then direct them towards, to do with tea. We have the tea people here as well. And so I think that's an important one we need to focus on. The 10% we keep mentioning, the budget allocation, it's 10% of national budget should be allocated to agriculture. We all know the statistics are extremely miserable, so again, we need to keep that on the agenda. That is number 7. 8, cost of reduction of doing business in agriculture, which I talked yesterday about assess, we talked about VAT. Really, it's too expensive to do agriculture in this country. We're just uncompetitive. Now what's happened is our neighbors are now exporting more than anything. Tanzania and Uganda, they supply 60% of our maize. We just can't compete with them. It's too expensive to grow agriculture in this country. We need to find out how to reduce it. 9, digitization is an important one, which Agatha has mentioned as an enabler. I think we have to spend much more time on that sphere. I know Agatha is going to focus on that. And the last one, 10, is strengthening our partnerships with development agencies, SDG, UN. We talked about all those different partnerships we have, and we need to strengthen those. So I think those are the 10 points I picked up from Dr. Kamau's summary. We can add obviously more, but we have got a lot of work to do. We still haven't, we haven't reached anywhere we should have been changing. We have lots of work to do. So maybe these are the 10 priorities. I'm sure we all have others, but let's focus on what we can do. And I think this change of government is going to bring great opportunities in place. And I see some of our friends from Azemio are here. We need to send a message to them. And I know Martha, you're going to meet Martha Koro this evening. She needs to increase investment in agriculture, to talk about agriculture as a big subject. So, finally, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank all of you attending. I know you've spent 2 days here. It's been a long 2 days, and I really appreciate you guys coming and spending time with us and talking about agriculture. I do want to say a big thanks to my Vice Chair, Jane, for really being inspirational to us.
I think without you, Jane, we would have been lost many years ago. I think you really brought focus, maturity, experience into the subject, and for that, ASNET is truly grateful to you, ma'am. Of course, we have a board of directors who are extremely active. Half of them were there this morning with the president. You know, we've got trustees like Bimal Shah, Laura Mutai, who are trustees, Chris Wilson, Bill Lane, extremely active trustees. Jane Musindi was there, Siali from T were there this morning. You see ASNET everywhere. It's quite interesting how influential ASNET has become in key parts of agriculture. You see them all over in leadership. So again, our deepest thanks to the trustees, board of directors, and all the technical people. You know, my friend Mr. George was there. Everybody here was in ASNET who's been supporting us in the background. I know we're not able to pay anybody any money, but we're there as volunteers and looking after the country as large. Henry, Agatha, and Winnie, who are just amazing people who organized this conference. Agatha, I don't know how you find the time and the effort and the energy to keep driving ASNET forward. Really, without you, I think we would have been stuck a long time ago. And you brought energy to ASNET, and Madam, we're truly grateful to you as well. And you bring so much experience and so much knowledge, and for that, I personally am truly grateful to you and to Henry. Winnie in the back end, you guys don't get enough attention, but I know you are driving ASNET in the back. And we keep holding on to the money, we need money. Well done. And finally, of course, to Carlo for hosting us today, Dr. Kamau, you have hosted us, and we really appreciate all the support you've given us. I think the facilities are magnificent. We really enjoyed spending time here. Obviously learned a lot from you, and I think vice versa. Jane, with your permission, I can now close this conference and wish everybody a safe return back home and a safe election period, and we hope to see you this time, May 2023, when I know you will come and question me, have we hit our 10-point plan. So thank you very much and goodbye. Thank you.
So much.